It is my singular honor and privilege to present this welcome address at the first ever National Conference on Non-Oil Export organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Ladies and gentlemen, the initiative for organizing this conference could not have come at a better time than now, considering the plethora of challenges bedeviling the non-oil export sector, which among others include the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic on export operations. The theme of this conference, Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Potentials, was carefully couched to reflect Council's approach in repositioning non-oil export for increased foreign exchange earnings. May I see this rare opportunity to welcome you all to the maiden edition of the NEPC Non-Oil Export Conference 2022. I wish you all robust and successful deliberations. Thank you very much for coming. We truly appreciate you. Thank you and welcome.
Let me first of all acknowledge the efforts of the NEPC for organizing this event, which is in line with the federal government's economic diversification drive, as Nigeria can no longer depend on oil as its major source of foreign exchange earnings. I'm confident that with the array of quality speakers that have been slated to speak today, this conference will come up with robust and profound solutions that will be proffered to the myriad of problems bedeviling the non-oil export sector. I'm optimistic that stakeholders here present will come up with appropriate recommendations on strategies to boost the contribution of non-oil exports to the nation's economy.
The timing of this conference could not be more apt, as the world is slowly but surely recovering from the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed economic growth, especially production, logistics, services, among others. The federal government is deeply committed to diversifying the Nigerian economy with a view to stimulating the manufacturing sector and scaling up local production of made in Nigeria goods and services. That presupposes that truly, as a country, very soon there will be less dependence on oil exports. We will be exporting services, goods, and our skills to the world.
I'd like to thank the NEPC for the very kind invitation to this extremely important and timely conference. The theme, Export for Survival, carries an urgency that perfectly frames the challenges that we will increasingly face if we do not accelerate the diversification of the Nigerian economy. So our job as government is to assiduously enable businesses, especially with regulatory policies and procedures and processes that are continuously optimized for greater efficiency and easing the flow of business across the sectors. Again, let me commend the ministers of Industry, Trade and Investment, both the Minister and the Honourable Minister of State, for their visionary leadership of that sector. And I think that they've done so well. I think they've done so well indeed, and we expect them to do even more. Thank you very much. God bless you.
What we have to do now to get our containers inspected, we have to pay for flight ticket of the custom officer to come from Lagos. We book hotel for the person, for him to now come to our facility to inspect. Why?
So how do you expect a Nigerian exporter to survive? You know, somebody says something that it is better all of us we lock up ourselves here until we come out something that is workable for the country. You know?
What we are asking is that where there is an action, there should be feedback. Please write in or call in and get the questions sorted out.
Sir.
It doesn't work like that now. That is not what the paper says. And I can authoritatively tell you.
All right, let's
It is my singular honor and privilege to present this welcome address at the first ever National Conference on Non-Oil Export organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Ladies and gentlemen, the initiative for organizing this conference could not have come at a better time than now, considering the plethora of challenges bedeviling the non-oil export sector, which among others include the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic on export operations. The theme of this conference, Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Potentials, was carefully couched to reflect Council's approach in repositioning non-oil export for increased foreign exchange earnings. May I see this rare opportunity to welcome you all to the maiden edition of the NEPC Non-Oil Export Conference 2022. I wish you all robust and successful deliberations. Thank you very much for coming. We truly appreciate you. Thank you and welcome.
Let me first of all acknowledge the efforts of the NEPC for organizing this event, which is in line with the federal government's economic diversification drive, as Nigeria can no longer depend on oil as its major source of foreign exchange earnings. I'm confident that with the array of quality speakers that have been slated to speak today, this conference will come up with robust and profound solutions that will be proffered to the myriad of problems bedeviling the non-oil export sector. I'm optimistic that stakeholders here present will come up with appropriate recommendations on strategies to boost the contribution of non-oil exports to the nation's economy.
The timing of this conference could not be more apt, as the world is slowly but surely recovering from the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed economic growth, especially production, logistics, services, among others. The federal government is deeply committed to diversifying the Nigerian economy with a view to stimulating the manufacturing sector and scaling up local production of made in Nigeria goods and services. That presupposes that truly, as a country, very soon there will be less dependence on oil exports. We will be exporting services, goods, and our skills to the world.
I'd like to thank the NEPC for the very kind invitation to this extremely important and timely conference. The theme, Export for Survival, carries an urgency that perfectly frames the challenges that we will increasingly face if we do not accelerate the diversification of the Nigerian economy. So our job as government is to assiduously enable businesses, especially with regulatory policies and procedures and processes that are continuously optimized for greater efficiency and easing the flow of business across the sectors. Again, let me commend the ministers of Industry, Trade and Investment, both the Minister and the Honourable Minister of State, for their visionary leadership of that sector. And I think that they've done so well. I think they've done so well indeed, and we expect them to do even more. Thank you very much. God bless you.
What we have to do now to get our containers inspected, we have to pay for flight ticket of the custom officer to come from Lagos. We book hotel for the person, for him to now come to our facility to inspect. Why?
So how do you expect a Nigerian exporter to survive? You know, somebody says something that it is better all of us we lock up ourselves here until we come out something that is workable for the country. You know?
What we are asking is that where there is an action, there should be feedback. Please write in or call in and get the questions sorted out.
Sir.
It doesn't work like that now. That is not what the paper says. And I can authoritatively tell you.
All right, let's listen.
mo kí yín ní gbogbo tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi. Mo mú ìròyìn ayọ̀ wá fún yín láti Nigerian Export Promotion Council, àjọ ìjọba àpapọ̀ tí ó ń rí sí bí a ṣe lè kó gbogbo àwọn ohun ọ̀gbìn wa àti àwọn iṣẹ́ tí à ń ṣe lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí tí kò ní ṣe pẹ̀lú epo rọ̀bì lọ sí ìlú òkèrè fún ìdàgbàsókè Nàìjíríà, fífi ránṣẹ́ sí ìlú òkèrè fún ìwàláàyè sí ọ̀nà ajé tó níyànjú.
Jama'a albishirinku, Nigerian Export Promotion Council ma'aikata ce da take inganta kasuwanci tsakanin ƙasarmu da ƙasashen waje. Burinmu shine mu gina gida don mu siyar a waje. Ya ku 'yan Najeriya ku taho don mu tallata ku zuwa ƙasar waje. Wannan shine zai bunƙasa tattalin arzikin ƙasarmu.
Ndewo ndị be anyị ebute m unu akụkọ ọma na Nigerian Export Promotion Council ọha bụ gọọmenti etiti n'afọ maka ihe niile anyị na-ebupụ n'obodo Naijiria jee na mba ofesi. Ebupụ ụmụ ihe anyị na-eme, ụmụaka ọrụ ma ụmụ ihe dị iche iche ejiri eje na mba ofesi. Anyị jiri ego igwe webata n'obodo anyị, ego ọbụrụ nke anyị, ejiri edozi obodo anyị, dozie obodo anyị ọbụrụ sọ mma. Bịanụ ka anyị jikọọ aka ka anyị maka ihe ka ọ gaa nke ọma. Ibupụ ngwa afịa n'obodo anyị bụ ịzọ ndụ obodo anyị bụ Nigeria. Ndewonu.
My country people, why we go they do the same thing, they expect different results. All these biggie country, where they carry shoulder up with their economy, no they do one product as we they do. Why we no carry our eyes come up for this oil? Make we start to they carry all waiting we they do for Naija. Come on, this one go come mean say we go get plenty of obodo money and we go fit dey all right. Waiting you they wait for. Make you waka go Nigerian Export Promotion Council. May they help you carry your product and services come out. This one go make our economy grow. Kakaraka o.
Export for survival towards a viable economy.
This message was brought to you by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC.
Not until 2019 when I came into NEPC to do my export registration. And after the export registration, they called me to attend export clinic. During the export clinic, my life changed completely. When I mean completely, I mean like it changed totally. Okay, at this export clinic, I was given the opportunity to meet some people that actually impacted my business positively. NEPC have impacted me in terms of linkages, in terms of exposure, in terms of financing of my business, and I see NEPC as the big brother to processors and exporters. You cannot talk about business without contact. You cannot talk about business without linkages. Aminu, this was the same person that connected me to all the farmers that are presently farming my garlic in Sokoto. I actually got it in this very NEPC. In fact, in the very day when I did my export clinic, my facility was showcased. And during this interview, during this program, a company contacted me from India that they wanted me to start trading garlic. As I speak to you at the moment, we are in negotiation on how to be producing and supplying about 2,000 plus tons of garlic, dehydrated garlic to that company. I happen to be one of the beneficiaries of the EEFP grant, okay? So they have helped in giving my business the boost when I needed NEPC the most, particularly in 2020 after the COVID-19 when my business was actually taking a nose dive. So NEPC has been a big brother in terms of capacity building, in terms of taking us to trade show, in terms of exposing us through trade conference and the rest, just like the ones we've had where we have the opportunity to meet people like Nkonjo Iweala, the Vice President. This wouldn't have been possible if not NEPC. So thank you so much to the NEPC. This is one organization that they have lived more than expectation, because it's only NEPC that you can do a certificate in Nigeria in less than 24 hours. Amazing. This is not possible in any organization. So thank you so much, NEPC.
NEPC has made a lot of impact on my business. I've participated in about 4 international trade fairs. My product has received a lot of boosts from international buyers. And through these trade fairs, we've been able to engage in peer relationships. We've been able to do things better. And we've had more customers than we've had before. Last year, I got a grant from NEPC, and this has helped me in buying new machines. And they have also helped in training. They are training, not only through export, they're also training pickers, because this product, depends on what happens at origin. So through this training, we are now having improved quality of shell nuts.
BIMCAF, it used to be, I call it a crawling baby before NEPC, before I came to understand the benefits of NEPC. But today, we've moved from our crawling stage to teething, to being a full-grown baby, all because of NEPC. Because we're part of the beneficiary of the EFP, and to God be the glory, NEPC gave us HACCP. We're fully registered with we have HACCP now. We have FDA, we have Halal, we have ISO 2018, and from there, we've been able to, one way or the other, export out of the country. I was fortunate to be part of those people that were in IETF last year in South Africa, and by the grace of God, some of my products are in Durban, all through NEPC. So I believe I won't be where I am today if I'm not being tutored, trained severally, all the export training and the financial benefits I've gotten from NEPC. So we've grown from being a small business that's just around the corner to one business that wants to grow everywhere in Nigeria and across the globe.
Ever since I encountered NEPC, it's been nothing short of an amazing experience. I can clearly say that NEPC has been one of the most impactful organizations that I've met since I've been in Nigeria. They've helped me out a lot, my business with trainings, with grants. They've just been so proactive about their support, and I'm super grateful to NEPC, the leadership, the management, the team. Everyone has been amazing. They keep pushing me to export my products. They've given me access to market. They've given me lots of trainings and grants that's been very impactful. So it's been an honor, honestly, to be affiliated or associated with NEPC.
Last year, I did a few trainings, and there's been a huge impact to NEPC, my business. The agri-chains training in particular, Tito Joe and the others, was a huge eye-opener, and I'm grateful that the contracts that I got in 2020 that COVID intercepted didn't go through, because after my training with agri-chains, I realized that if I had supplied all the people who had demanded for things pre-COVID, I would have been in trouble. And now I'm able to repackage myself and the things that we do and move forward. Also, through the NEPC, the EFP grant, I was able to change the packaging for my dried fruits to things that are internationally acceptable. NEPC has really, in the past 1 year, really exposed me to a lot of things that otherwise would have taken a long time or more difficult for me to do on my own.
I registered with NEPC in 2020, having gotten my export certification. And the initial plan then was to start exporting in another 4 or 5 years. But having interacted with NEPC, gotten some trainings, participated in some trainings with NEPC, we've been able to bring that plan closer to 1 to 2 years. Last year, we were also qualified for the Women in Exports grants. And that grant has been very beneficial because it's enabled us scale up our operations and position us better for exports. Of course, certification is important with exports, and we are on the path to getting certified with HACCP and also already certified with FDA. Thanks to NEPC, we look forward to better collaborations and getting us faster on this export journey.
NEPC has been influential in giving me a global platform to showcase, to export my products. As I'm speaking, Cutie-Sense brand of products is in South Africa, and all kudos courtesy of NEPC. NEPC has showcased me, to the world. And when I was aspiring, when I was dreaming of getting international certifications. Certifications are pretty expensive. I mean international certifications. NEPC is the only organization that supported me financially with about 4 million naira, to support my quest for obtaining the international certification. And today, I made NEPC proud. I went out, I traveled, I got the certification, and I came out best. I mean overall best. Now I'm able to pay it forward by establishing the academy to also ensure women, youth, women, not limited to women alone, are empowered, and we standardize together the beauty industry.
This message was brought to you by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC.
It is my singular honor and privilege to present this welcome address at the first ever National Conference on Non-Oil Export organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Ladies and gentlemen, the initiative for organizing this conference could not have come at a better time than now, considering the plethora of challenges bedeviling the non-oil export sector, which among others include the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic on export operations. The theme of this conference, Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Potentials, was carefully couched to reflect Council's approach in repositioning non-oil export for increased foreign exchange earnings. May I see this rare opportunity to welcome you all to the maiden edition of the NEPC Non-Oil Export Conference 2022. I wish you all robust and successful deliberations. Thank you very much for coming. We truly appreciate you. Thank you and welcome.
Let me first of all acknowledge the efforts of the NEPC for organizing this event, which is in line with the federal government's economic diversification drive, as Nigeria can no longer depend on oil as its major source of foreign exchange earnings. I'm confident that with the array of quality speakers that have been slated to speak today, this conference will come up with robust and profound solutions that will be proffered to the myriad of problems bedeviling the non-oil export sector. I'm optimistic that stakeholders here present will come up with appropriate recommendations on strategies to boost the contribution of non-oil exports to the nation's economy.
The timing of this conference could not be more apt, as the world is slowly but surely recovering from the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed economic growth, especially production, logistics, services, among others. The federal government is deeply committed to diversifying the Nigerian economy with a view to stimulating the manufacturing sector and scaling up local production of made in Nigeria goods and services. That presupposes that
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope we had a wonderful time to rest. For those who came from outside Abuja, thank you very much. Today we intend to have a wonderful time, so we enjoy ourselves. We appreciate you for the cooperation we got yesterday, that we stayed from the beginning and through till the end, and we hope we can enjoy all of that also today. We also want to specially appreciate our Executive Director and CEO, Dr. Ezra Yakusak. Please put your hands together for him. Let's also specially appreciate and welcome the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Public Sector Matters, who's also the Secretary to the National Action Committee on AFTA. Mr. Francis Anatogu, you're welcome. Thank you very much, sir. We also want to quickly thank some of our speakers and lead presenters for this morning. Nigerian ambassador to the World Trade Organization was around yesterday, and here again today, Ambassador Dr. Abdulhamid Adamu. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We have the founder and CEO of Outsource Global Technologies Limited, all the way from Kano, Amal Hassan. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. There's a seat for you in front. Can we just move you to the front? Thank you. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to the front. The Chief of Party, West Africa Trade and Information Hub, USAID Nigeria, which is a project of the U.S. Embassy. Mr. Robin Wheeler is also with us. Please put your hands together. There's a seat for you in front, on the front row. Thank you very much. Let's also specially welcome and appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Diaspora Affairs from Edo State, Prince Bamidele Obaitan. You're welcome. Please put your hands together. So we're bringing the Honorable Commissioner from Edo State. I think we have two of them. Let me also welcome the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives, Madam Afi Braimo, also to the front. So we have a mini State Executive Council from Edo State here with us today. Please clap for them both. We also want to specially appreciate our directors. They've been working hard. If it was when I was still abroad, I'll put them in front. But right now, we'll just invite the director in charge of export development and incentives. You need to be in front so we can understand the person who is behind the incentive. Let's welcome Mr. Williams Ezeagu to join us in front. Please put your hands together for him. We wanted to put you next to Oga so you can just talk, but Edo State has taken over your seat. We also want to specially appreciate our other directors. Let's welcome a director in charge of Corporate Services Department, Mrs. Uduak Tokoro. Please put your hands together for her. Our director in charge of trade information, Mrs. Gertrude Ukwanam, is also here. Please put your hands together for her. Our director in charge of product development, it is not possible to get her to sit down in one place during this conference because she's also helping to make sure everything is in place. All our machinery is working hard. Mrs. Evelyn Obidike, please put your hands together for her. And our director in charge of International Export Office, Mr. Babatunde Faleke. Please put your hands together for him. And our director in charge of policy and strategy. In some other places, you will say he's in charge of the economy and the way things are done. Mr. Dalhat Shehu. Please put your hands together for him.
Would also like to appreciate and welcome the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Tourism, Alhaji Dr. Mahad Bello Dusey. Please, a round of applause for him. Oh, okay. Welcome, sir. Please, sir, can you come to the front, please? Dr. Bello. Yes, please take a seat at the front. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. I hope we are not all tired today. I hope we had a very good sleep. And I'm personally looking forward to the sessions today, and I hope we all have, a very fantastic and impactful session. Ben, I think we can go ahead with the national anthem, shall we?
Please, let's rise up to honor Nigeria as we take the national anthem to signify the beginning of our proceedings.
Can we please take our prayers? We can check our program. It's on the first page, so that I will take the national prayer. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen and amen.
Please take your seats. The National Orientation Agency has told us that the word shall has been expunged from that prayer. So next time when you pray it, you just remove shall. So it's where peace and justice reign. The Executive Director and CEO, our heads of government agencies and departments here present, our honorable commissioners here present, CEOs and key stakeholders in the export industry, our directors, our lead speakers, our panelists, distinguished participants, members of staff, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again and welcome. As we gather, we're here to take further the discussions and deliberations we started yesterday. And our first item on the program, of course, is to take a look at what happened yesterday in the form of a recap as it prepares us for what will happen for today. To help us with the recap and to show us direction for today is our Director in charge of Export Development and Incentives, Mr. William Ezeagu. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to take the recap.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everybody. I am Executive Director, CEO of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and all our esteemed speakers and guests, and also the other members of the Assembly. I want to, on behalf of the CEO of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, want to appreciate you for being here today, despite the challenges we are facing. and yesterday and today, they have been wonderful. And I want to say that it shows that we are together. We are working together to develop the economy in terms of non-oil exports. And I'm happy to say that most of our stakeholders who we work with, they are all here. So I want to appreciate everybody. So right now, my job is to wrap up what we did yesterday, just to recap. And on that basis, we want to start by saying that the first assignment yesterday was done by the Executive Director of NIGERI'S Promotion Council, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, who delivered the welcome address. In that welcome address, he emphasized the initiative of the conference that it was geared at addressing the plethora of constraints militating against the non-oil export sector. He also called on the need for investment in non-oil sector to drive export competitiveness. Mr. Ezra also went to enumerate the efforts of the NEPC at reposition non-oil export to include zero oil plan, domestic export warehouse, export trade houses, among others. In her opening remark, the Minister of States for Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Marian Katagun, acknowledged the effort of the Council at promoting economic diversification while encouraging the season to be interactive in order to provide robust solutions geared at addressing the constraint in the non-oil export. She also enumerated the effort of the ministry at economic development, including the micro, small, and medium-scale survival funds, agro-export reform NAP 7.0, as well as the implementation of the National Quality Infrastructure Program. These are very basic, programs to drive non-oil as well as economic development of the country. In his special address by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, he raised the concern on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Nigeria trade and the GDP. He also emphasized that federal government commitment at economic diversification, increasing agricultural production, as well as creation of jobs and increased forex inflow through various programs of the government. Implementation of the Economic Sustainable Plan also how it contributed to assisting Nigerians as a result of the problems we had with COVID-19 pandemic. In his keynote address, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, SAN, also commended the NEPC for organizing this event in line with the federal government diversification agenda. The VP also said that the economic export survivor concept is to unlock the dynamism and resilience of the Nigerian people. He went further to say that the Nigerian economy is more resilient and stable, as witnessed by the growth of the technological sector and the startups. That the government regulatory agencies should be seen more as trade facilitators rather than policy enforcers. He finally said that he finally commended the Nigerian Export Promotion Council for the transparent disbursement of the 50 billion EFP fund, intervention fund. After that, we went into the technical section. And the first of the panel section was on emerging issues disrupting Nigerian non-export and innovative solution. And the key speaker was Mr. Shegun Kadiri, the Director General of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN. Mr. Kadiri traced the history of Nigeria's trade, both pre- and post-independence, and the subsequent prevalence of crude oil export over non-oil export. He went further to list the perennial challenges of export, which include production issues, poor port administration, suffocating operating environment. He later highlighted the emerging issues in exports and the solutions to include repatriation of sales price, and that the CBN should allow market forces to prevail and for exporters to have access to their forests. Finally, he said that export challenges are excavated by the issues such as port administration, infrastructural deficits, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, the second panel was on strengthening institutional capacity for effective trade facilitation, and the key speaker was Dr. Muda Yusuf, the CEO of the Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE. Mr. Yusuf said that the adoption of technology to simplify and harmonize trade processes to encourage formal export against informal export is critical. He also highlighted the importance of interagency synergy through collaboration to limit human interface, improve efficiency of trade processes instead of working in silos. He also said that the importance of trade regulatory agencies to be effective, proactive, and trade facilitation friendly rather than revenue generation focus, which already have been emphasized. Again, we have another panel on financing Nigerian oil export value chain. And of course, the speaker, Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of Afri-Exim Bank, based in Cairo, Egypt. In his paper, which was presented, he highlighted the importance of export value chains, the role of ACTA in enhancing African value chains, the Afri-Exim Bank financing intervention in support of African value chains. And in conclusion, he mentioned the introduction of an African settlement system to address current exchange and payment within the implementation of African free continental trade area. On that basis, I think that was the end of what went yesterday. And after that, I think we went for lunch, and from there, we dismissed. Thank you for listening to me. God bless you.
I think he deserves another round of applause. To be able to summarize what we did yesterday, the only things we didn't add is the tea break and the lunch. But all right, let me also specially appreciate our director in charge of the National Export Office, Mrs. Estelle Igwe. Please put your hands together for her.
Okay, let's do some other recognitions. We're having other personalities joining us. You're welcome. Honorable Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Rivers State, Mrs. Claire Ifiwankpa is also here. Please, can we give her a round of applause? It seems all the commissioners are joining us today. Just like Ben said, we should have a State Executive Council. ED, let's look into that on NEPC or export matters. We also have Chief Lawson Ikuru, who is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Rivers State. Can we applaud Chief Ikuru, please? You're welcome. Honorable Stephen Abaji, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade and Investment, Benue State, is also joining us here today. Please, a round of applause. I want to quickly say that we also have exhibitors, at least we've had them in the last few hours, at least we had them yesterday. It's also part of our responsibility to check out the exhibition stand, but we will tell you when we will do that. But we should all have that in mind, that we should not also just go look at their stands, but also patronize them. For me today, I'm looking forward to buying spices. I don't know if there are spices. Okay, I'm getting a nod. And some other things from the stand. So let's also get our wallets ready. We would call for that when it is time. So we would all go in batches, but not now till all the exhibitors are ready. Ben, I think we can start with the first session. Today, we are going to be having 3 sessions. Our first session, in fact, I'm looking forward to all the sessions, really, because for me, yesterday, from my own angle, I was learning a lot. We had sessions on financing, we had sessions on strengthening institutional capacity, we had some other sessions, but today we would have 3 sessions, and we want to start with the first session now. And just for me to also remind our panelists and our lead speaker that the lead speaker will be taking about 20 minutes, if we can. Doctor, I hope I'm not tying your hands, but if we can take 20 minutes for your presentation, then the panelists will take 35 minutes, including the question and answer. And I also want to say, if you want to ask a question, you can also write your questions with your name and your designation and give it to the usher to give to the moderator. We can have that today. So let's quickly introduce our first panel. This panel will be speaking about sustainable market access for Nigerian non-oil exports. Our panelists, our first panelist that I'll be introducing is Mr. Don Ebubogu. He's the Managing Director, Tiger Foods Limited, Anambra State, Nigeria. Mr. Ebubogu was also the President of the Onitsha Chamber of Commerce at the Nigerian Association of Chambers and Industry, that's Mines and Chambers and Industry, that's NASIMA. Please, can we give a round of applause for Mr. Don Ebubogu as he approaches? Please, another round of applause. That round of applause is not resounding. Let's bring down this hall. Mr. Ebubogu, welcome. Mr. Francis Anatogu is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Public Sector Matters, and he is the Secretary, National Action Committee on AFTA. He's the Head of Secretariat here in Abuja, Nigeria. Please, can we give Mr. Anatogu a round of applause as he also joins Mr. Ebubogu at the podium. The moderator for this panel, I know in your program you must have seen Dr. Stella Okoli, OON. She's not going to be joining them this morning. She was here yesterday, and she did crave their indulgence for her to leave because she was here yesterday. So the moderator for today's panel is Mr. Olufemi Boyede. I've known this man for many years. He's an international trade expert with over 30 years experience. He's the founder and president, Nigeria Trade and Investment Center, Canada. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Boyede as he approaches the podium. Keep clapping. The next gentleman I'll be introducing is our lead speaker for today that will be taking us on the theme, Sustainable Market Access for Nigerian Non-Oil Exports. President Buhari appointed this gentleman as Nigeria's ambassador to the World Trade Organization in 2021. And prior to his current appointment, he was the Charge d'Affaires of Nigeria's Trade Office to the World Trade Organization, Geneva in Switzerland. He has in his kitty about 3 decades of working experience on world trade matters and trade negotiations. I must also say that our lead speaker was the campaign coordinator of Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in Geneva, Switzerland. I thought I was going to hear a round of applause because the result of the campaigns, we all saw it. And Dr. Iweala is the DG of the WTO. Please, shall we all put our hands together in a resounding applause to welcome Ambassador Dr. Abdulhamid Adamu, our lead speaker, all the way from Geneva, Switzerland. It's not easy to speak on sustainable market access for Nigerian non-oil export. Ambassador Dr. Abdulhamid Adamu. A round of applause, please. Thank you, Doctor.
morning, all. It's good to be home. I thank you so much for having time this morning to be here and to listen to us, not only myself and other speakers. I took it upon myself, based on invitation from the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, to participate and to speak in this conference. Important because the non-oil export is too important to encourage the government and, of course, the stakeholders to massively embark on that. Our job in Geneva is not only to negotiate, but rather to see all the possible way to protect the export interests of Nigerian product. And therefore, that's why I consider this conference as too important for me to speak virtually. I have to be here in person so that I can give all the necessary support to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council to promote the diversification of export of non-oil of Nigeria. The topic given to me to talk on is on sustainable market access for Nigerian non-oil export. And as you can see, And as you can see, look at the symbol of our ports. And of course, by seeing this symbol, you will all agree with me that we really mean business, and therefore we must encourage and continue to do our best to ensure that we promote, we strengthen the export of non-oil product. It is time that we must realize that relying on oil will mean nothing for the future. It is often said that even the exploitation of oil has end time, not even the export of oil. So what happens when most countries in the world had already, in their policies, earmarked a certain date to end the purchase of oil? What happens in Nigeria then? So the ideal thing, of course, is to be able to know that the non-oil export is the future. The diversification of the non-oil export is the future of Nigeria and, of course, the African countries and all other developing countries. So my paper only touches, to give you some background, the current Nigeria export structure, the vulnerabilities, emerging issues, and best practices that Nigerian non-oil export have to address or to conform to in order to gain expedite market access, and then the current state of performance of Nigerian oil export, then intervention and possible strategies to upscale the export. On the background, I don't need to bother you on giving you the historical perspective of where we came from. Before the oil boom, everybody knows that the main source of foreign exchange to Nigeria was non-oil product. And it sustained Nigeria. Then later, after the discovery of oil, then we all diverted. And it's not yielding much result because, as I said, it has end time. So therefore, this is the time that we must, as stakeholders, as government, do everything possible to diversify and to promote so that we will have alternative situation when the situation of end time of the oil sector comes to an end. The economic diversification, of course, is imperative for economic growth. And as I said, that the future of Nigeria is, of course, the export of non-oil products. And therefore, we must do everything possible to ensure that we are there. Okay? Now, based on what I have said, where we came from, and then up till our dependence or reliance on oil, till this moment, of course, so many stakeholders through conferences and so on, that signal, the pointer, had already been shown that government must do something to ensure we diversify the economy. And grateful enough, the present administration of President Muhammadu Buhari has started implementing some economic reforms. And those economic reforms were toward structural transformation, improving regulatory framework, economic diversification, digitization, and improve way of doing business. We all witnessed what happened of recent, where the president has inaugurated a whole committee, presidential committee, to ensure that there should be a platform where government will address ways of doing business. So, and of course, that has helped a lot in achieving some progress. Now, the target or goal of the reform that the president has embarked on economic reform is to make Nigeria progressively easier place to start and grow business so as to attract sustainable investment, improve competitiveness, innovation, and growth, increase local supply and export capacity, as well as create jobs. This is the target, and of course, it's a very good goal that we must pursue. Now, on the Nigeria export structure, what have we been doing to ensure we achieve the goal? Unfortunately, we have observed that the external trade on non-oil is characterized by exportation of some primary commodities, like crude oil, cocoa beans, whole or broken, low and roasted, groundnut peanut, groundnut oil fractions, edible nut, fresh and dried, cocoa paste, natural rubber, and cotton. We must do more than that, because the exportation of every commodity will have to be with value addition if we must gain what we want, and if we want to achieve the goal. Then therefore, not only exporting the raw materials, primary product that will make us to achieve that, we should also target value addition of those products so that we can have enormous benefits. You can see some of the products that currently we are engaged in exporting them, most of them really with no value addition. I pointed out that we rely heavily foreign exchange on what? On oil. And the foreign exchange earnings of government, of course, is still on oil. But we, as I said from the beginning, that we must do whatever we can to ensure that we have alternative. In fact, the non-oil export should supersede the oil. So that's the attention of the global community. You look at most countries that develop today have developed through what? Through some of their commodities, not only oil. Even those that have oil, they do not solely depend on them at this particular century. So they are diversifying, so we should as well do same. Relying on oil for our foreign exchange, you will notice that in not distant time, because of the less in demands on oil, things started declining. We found ourselves in a very difficult situation. And therefore, as I said, if we had an alternative of massive exportation of non-oil product, and we're getting more foreign exchange on that, it could have been an alternative. But unfortunately, the decline has caused a lot to this country. You can see how it was when the price was up and it started declining, till the time that the cost or the price of the crude oil in the international market was very low. And as such, it has affected our foreign exchange earnings, and eventually, it has affected the economy. While that was going on, then the COVID-19 came in. And the COVID-19 also has devastated everything and has affected the economy, not only for Nigeria, but the global. Now, what are those consequences of the two? As you can see, negative impact on Nigeria's export reserve and exerted unprecedented pressure on Naira. Exceptional reversals in capital flows weaken Nigeria's ability to finance its import, undermine its balance of payment position, increase poverty and livelihood security difficulties and unemployment. So this will sound to you that we have to take this issue very serious, like some emerging economies in the world. Then, on the basis of all these implications, all these negative consequences, what should be the solution? In order to build a resilient economy, economic diversification and digitization, especially export diversification, is key. Two, Nigeria needs to focus on ways of ensuring growth and development of various components that make up the non-oil sectors with a view to boost non-oil export, something like agriculture, mining, services, meat, and manufacturing. So these are varieties of things that we needed to do more to improve on them so that we can address some of the negative consequences that we found ourselves. Now, I believe the topic is expecting me to identify what are the causes that lead to undermining some of our effort to achieve market access of non-oil exports. If we are looking outward, we have to also look inward to see what can we put together here at home that will make it easier for the manufacturers, for the producers, and so on to be able to produce well, to produce more for export. Now, we must focus on addressing constraints that continues to undermine productivity and competitiveness of our non-oil sector. And in doing that, these are the elements that at the national level must be addressed. One, the inadequacy of infrastructure. We know government is doing a lot to improve on infrastructure, the port facilities, and so on. But I think we need to do more if we must be competitive. Difficulties of access to credit and inadequacy of the financing mechanism for the export of goods and services. Of course, we have heard from the stakeholders, business ventures, the difficulties they are facing in terms of credit finance. Inadequate medium and long-term resources with acceptable terms for financing modernization or expansion for MISMIS. Difficulties in obtaining free export working capital finance. Poor compliance with international organizations and SPS requirements. These are some of the things that we've had series of experiences. Currently, some of our, not even now, but some few years back, where some of the Nigerian agricultural products are facing some reject from the EU. We still have a platform in NAFDAC where any rejected exportable product to the EU is being reported. And even we in Geneva are getting alert with that signal. And therefore, for us to engage in export, definitely we should be able to know the export requirement and how to treat our goods. You know, the pesticide residue being applied to some of these agricultural products, and you expect to export those products, of course, you must face some challenges if only you apply the required limit of those pesticides in your product. Otherwise, no country can compromise the health of their people. And therefore, I was happy yesterday when I received a document, pamphlets with all the export requirements produced by the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. And I believe that those are relevant to be massively distributed to those interested in export. Limited knowledge and understanding of the characteristics of consumers in export market and lack of capacity to meet the volume requirement of many potential mass market customers. Lack of resources and know-how to establish and support Nigeria's product brand. Nigeria tariffs and non-tariff barriers on critical industrial input needed to boost manufacturing. Unpredictable interest rate and exchange rates. These are the things that at the national level we must address so that taking advantage of the non-oil export by producers in Nigeria for export will be comfortable if some of these challenges are adequately addressed. The current state of performance of Nigerian non-oil export. Nigerian non-oil export have been growing in recent times. However, trade has been negatively impacted by COVID, according to the International Trade Center. Nigerian non-oil export rose from 1.17 billion in 2016 to 3.16 billion US dollars in 2018. Exports that experienced growth include cocoa, sesame, cashew, fertilizer, and leather. Nigeria export of services also witnessed significant growth, according to POMA in New York, based data technology company. In 2020, service export for Nigeria was 3.993 billion US dollars. Though Nigeria's service exports fluctuated substantially in recent years, it tended to increase through 2001 to 2020 period, ending at 3.993 billion in 2020. However, non-oil export remain undiversified and low. As I said, that we mostly export some primary commodities with little value addition, and so on. That's why we are saying that it lacks, it's undiversified. Now, what should be the solution? Because in every challenge you pose, then you provide solution. So the solution is as follows. We must encourage efficient production and distribution of goods and services for the domestic and global markets. We must increase Nigeria's share of intra-African and global trade by attracting substantial local and foreign investment. We must ensure Nigeria take advantage of market access opportunities under the AFCTA and the multilateral trading system to boost and enhance value-added non-oil export based on Nigeria's comparative and competitive advantage. So fostering domestic processing of locally produced agricultural products and ensuring the adoption of industry best practices in the operations of the agro-processing industry. Now, in addition to these recommendations that we must do, then therefore we must make some relevant interventions as well as strategies to upscale the export, among which include fast-tracking the implementation of elements of the intervention outlined in the NEPC Zero Oil Plan. We must invest in critical trade support infrastructure, that's port, telecommunication. I pointed earlier that inadequacy of infrastructure, even though government is doing a lot, but then we also need to do more if we must be competitive. We must implement the Nigerian National Quality Policy, which prescribes several key instruments to support Nigeria, trade, and business climate. We must intensify the intensification of ongoing ease of doing business reform. Dissemination of information on export market and procedure. NEPC has been doing a lot on this track. Intensification of NEP capacity building program for exporters. Provision of targeted credit facilities with acceptable terms for financing modernization and expansion for exporters, especially MSMEs. Look at the global world today. The target is MSMEs. Even in the WTO, as one of the non-mandated issues we are addressing is MSMEs, the small and medium enterprises. The chunk of the business communities that contribute massively to GDP of most countries is them. So therefore, they must be encouraged, they must be supported so that they can improve. Then we must reduce or eliminate import tariffs on critical industrial input to boost manufacturing and elimination of non-tariff barriers on import of manufacturing input. Well, before I close, I want to specifically add two things which is not in my statement. NEPC must do everything possible to collaborate with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to see that the initiative that was proposed during the last administration with regard to the establishment of regional investment trade offices are established. Because for you to promote whatever in terms of non-oil export, you must have desks in some of those major countries that should be able to drive, to have link with the potential buyers, with the potential investors over there, so that they can as well promote some of these things. It is obvious that we have officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in their missions that are handling some of these issues. But the challenge there is, some of those officers, do they have the required expertise, on trade matters, that they will be able to promote some of these non-oil products? Currently, we have only 2 Nigeria trade offices that are engaged in some of these things, in Taiwan and in Shanghai, and they are not enough. Nigeria has a lot of target to have foreign direct investments from major countries like Germany, India, the US, and the rest. Okay, so therefore, we have to have that. Then when we get that, then we will be driving them from here, and of course, we'll have that close collaboration, and I believe that it will enhance massively the promotion of the non-oil export of Nigeria to the world. I thank you.
I'm sure we can do much better than that. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Nigeria's ambassador to WTO. Let me also take the opportunity of handling the mic to say good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And the ambassador has actually technically kick-started this session. Time is probably will never be enough to discuss market access. So I'm going to do what I don't know how to do. I trust that somehow God will help me. Even when I prepare presentations, I don't know how to read them. But just to launch us into this session, I prepared a short listing. I will read it. I hope that I discipline myself to actually read what I wrote. So I'm saying for export development and promotion to be effective, one key component that strategies cannot afford to ignore is market access. Indeed, this component of the export value chain is critical and second only to the development of the product or service itself. To underscore the importance that they pay to market access, leading exporting countries across the world allocate billions of dollars to create markets as well as help their exporters to penetrate new markets, sustain presence in existing markets, and explore markets established as holding high prospects for their country's products and services. For example, Canada, where I'm privileged to live, has created the Office of the Trade Commissioner with specific mandate, principal mandate to develop export markets for Canadian exporters as well as support their continued presence in traditional existing markets. As a trade information service provider, the Trade Commissioner Service of Canada is the tool for Canada's economic warfare to conquer or sustain markets for the country's exporters. Nigeria, through NEPC, has launched a few initiatives to support market exploration, market access, and market presence for Nigerian exporters. This has been provided through support for market research through the Export Development Fund, subsidized participation in overseas international trade fairs and solo exhibitions, and, of course, the recently introduced Export Trading House initiative under the Export Expansion Facility Program. Sustainable market access, however, also calls to action other agencies and development organizations, as well as specific commitment from the exporters themselves. In this session, we have heard and we have listened and we applaud the depth of the presentation from Nigeria's ambassador to WTO, His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed, and I omitted the doctor, Dr. Abdullah Ahmed Adabo, and who actually dwelt not only on the policy environment, but he also sensitized us to other issues. We have two very distinguished panelists. One of them actually carries a very, very onerous task of ensuring that the single market in Africa thrives. But because he's a Nigerian blood, he has to be the one on who we depend for the market share that Nigeria will grab under the AFCFTA. Of course, we also have a practicing exporter here, Mr. Don Ebubogu. So the experience of these two champions of exporting from Nigeria that
I was adding Dr. Stella Okoli, who unfortunately can't be with us today in this session, as well as will contribute to NEPC's efforts. I hope that will guarantee sustainable market access. So I am hoping that this will help us to set the pace for the discussion. I like this session to actually be the participants' engagement. So I'm going to charge you, gentlemen, while you speak from your respective experiences and organizations' perspectives, to probably also put yourself in the shoes and the thinking orientation of the exporter. I'm going to be asking, I think because he just finished his own discussion, I think I'd like to first throw the first question to His Excellency the Ambassador, from the point of view of a few of the initiatives that he had the privilege, the opportunity to work on as a staff of the Ministry of Industry, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. I'm privileged also to have worked a few years with him. And policy environment. First, let me speak from the exporter's point of view. As export consultants, there are quite a number of us here. The first thing that a potential exporter asks you when they phone you is, can you get me market for pepper soup or palm oil? And then we now start telling them the first component is not get you market. Then we now take them through, like Dr. Obior Amadu will say, export is not a transaction, it's a process. So we then take them through the process. But it is important to have at the back of our mind that market access is the first. And you remember, Your Excellency, in developing the paper for the regional investment and trade offices, we took examples, for example, from the Egyptian mission to Nigeria. As a staff of the NEPC then, I was sent to the commercial desk. And the man told me, I'm sorry that I cannot attend to you. You are from the Export Promotion Council. My job here is to market Egyptian products in Nigeria, not to help you to take your products to Egypt. So that's how critical it is. So when that paper was being developed, that's the reason for the creation of, well, the suggestion we had then. But back in time, and again, we are privileged to have a CEO who was part and parcel of the period when Nigeria had commercial desks in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, in New York, USA, London, UK, Berlin, I think. Yeah, Brussels, Belgium. And there was one in Berlin. I think it was, and I can actually see our Excellency who manned the Berlin desk. I'm looking at him right now in the crowd. This disappeared. They had the mandate. And the one from Cote d'Ivoire, for example, always inundated the NEPC with information, requests, even for as little as 50 kilograms worth of something. Your Excellency, from a purely policy point of view, I know you mentioned it in your closing remarks, but do you think that it is important to charge the NEPC to reopen that process which you guys started at the FMTI? Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator. Of course, toward the end of my presentation, I mentioned a similar thing. And of course, as you said, it is true that we have worked in some years back on the establishment of what you call regional and investment trade offices. And the basic objective of that was we identified some major markets in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, and we came up with 10 countries so that we can establish those offices in those cities. And the objective was, as you rightly enumerated, is to promote the non-oil export of Nigeria. The two offices that we have currently that are in charge of that were established in Shanghai and Taiwan based on reciprocal arrangements, where the Taiwanese authority, also established theirs in Lagos, so we had an agreement to also establish ours in Taiwan. At the same thing with China, we had that negotiation and agreement to establish the two offices in Shanghai and also in Nigeria, and they did, and we did so. But they are not enough. We have targeted countries where they are in need of our product, and we need to have an office there where they can be meeting and making relevant inquiries, and the officers there will as well be meeting them, having contact, establishing them to have partners in here. You can see through what NEP was organizing, in I don't know if it is still going on, the ECOWAS Trade Fair, where we get some stakeholders, go there, exhibit their product, not for the purpose of selling, but for the purpose of getting trade partners. We have done that in many times, and then we succeeded, and we have put in the partnership together, and it helped most of our producers internally here. And therefore, to have those offices will do a lot to promote the non-oil export of Nigeria. And as you rightly suggested, I think since the NEPC is the parastatal under the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, it is ideal for the EDNEPC to engage the honorable ministers so that they can see how they can reopen, because the files are still there in the ministry. They are there, he can engage them, they can form a committee, they can see how they can do to reopen the issue. What causes the problem as at that time for those offices to be opened were two things. One, I think the issue of funding, because by the time you sell the idea of opening office somewhere, then you have to look at the financial component that will form the establishment of that office. Okay? If you are opening it as an independent office, just like the one in Shanghai, in Taiwan, then it means you will have an office space, residential accommodation for the staff. But that was why in my recommendation before I finished my presentation, I said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should come in. Because if we don't have the funding requirement to establish an office, then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can accommodate this expert in their mission, providing them with a desk in the mission, and then office accommodation, and that will work. So it is working all over. There are many countries, I believe, here in Nigeria, that they have some of these things in their missions. And they are coming. When I was in the ministry, I was the desk officer coming to me, discussing how they can support some of our trade experts to go and attend some seminars and so on. And through that process, they will be bringing some of their potential business people to meet with us. And then we also get the link here, and then we connect. So I think it is important that we must reopen that if we are too serious to promote or to ensure the diversification of the non-oil export.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you about that.
Any questions? Okay.
No, I don't want to keep you standing.
No. Go ahead.
I don't want. Yeah, because what I was going to suggest before I come back to our panelists, you mentioned the challenges of establishing this.
Yeah.
Okay, even if we can't get there now, I am just thinking roughly, Is there the possibility of having a partnership, and I'm sure your office can help with that, between the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Two things come out here as a sore thumb. Territorialization. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs believe it is their job to man the export desk. But the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a professional ministry, and the Nigeria Export Promotion Council is actually Nigeria's #1 marketing agency. So if funds and everything will prevent the opening of the desk, the DG man, in his presentation yesterday, he recommended that NEPC should engage export market consultants. Of course, somebody like me, I will make money if they engage me. But it's not about engaging export market consultants. I'm thinking of a possibility where NEPC actually takes the bull by the horn to represent the Nigerian exporter and insists. Well, they cannot insist so that the House is not fighting against himself, but they can diplomatically engage with Ministry of Foreign Affairs and say, if you are the ones to market Nigerian products and services, allow us to train you before you go and man those offices. So before Foreign Affairs sends out officers who man the desk, maybe NEPC can then have a component of their pre-posting training where they are taught the rudiments of marketing Nigeria's products and services.
Yes, thank you very much for, there are many policy issues into this, so I only decided to give what's supposed to be for the public. But I believe what I may say may not be something that is implicative to government. As you rightly said, the important thing is to have 2 officers in each of these desks. One is from the Trade and Industry and Investment Ministry, and one from the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. Normally when we establish such offices, we put the person from, or officer from the ministry as trade commissioner, and then we put the Nigeria Export Promotion Council officer as deputy trade commissioner. And they have been working well. The important thing on that arrangement is that whatever that needed the attention of minister will definitely be easily tackled when the commissioner reached out to the honorable minister. And the ideas, the pamphlets, the requirements to promote this are, of course, to be produced by the officer of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council, because he has the technical know-how and the basic knowledge on promoting the non-oil export and also to get the partners. So it's a very good arrangement, but as I said, even when eventually during Aganga, when we observed that the money involved to open the 10 offices were not feasible, so we met with the minister and many other ministers and stakeholders, and it was agreed that let's start with 5. And those 5, let's have only one officers to start with, and not only from trade, but from ministry, from NEPC, from NEBSA, and from so on. So that we agreed. But unfortunately, what killed the process was that a letter was not, sent to the memo was not sent to the Federal Executive Council for approval. So therefore, FEC must approve such kind of establishment, because with that approval, then it will lead to consideration for budgetary allocation to the operations of those offices. So that hadn't happened up till the time he left. But I believe the ED is here hearing us, and we're always available for consultation to guide on what to do. So that can happen. And in the interim, as you said, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where they have their officers in the missions and handling some of these issues, can be given some training by the NEPC and as well as the ministry on how they can handle. Although some of them are vast, I have seen my ambassador friend here, who, when I was Deputy Director in Trade, he was also Deputy Director in charge of Investment, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we are liaising. Professor Kazaure is here. Ambassador Kazaure is here. So it's a very good relationship, and of course we have to find a way to see that that is done. Otherwise, the way it is going, and honestly, it will not help so much. It's helping, but to some extent. But let's have the expert from trade, let's have expert from NEPC to be in those offices. I think they will ease the work of the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Please put your hands together for him. We may come back to you again at the end of the session if there are questions from the audience. For the time being, my brother, my friend, my Oga, Dr. Francis, you are the head of, on your shoulders lie the access of Nigerian companies, products and services to this biggest single market block in the whole world. There have been arguments here and there. Some are of the opinion that AFCFTA is just going to be a paper tiger, not tiger foods, and that it's just going to be an administrative framework. But we believe, I'm one of those who believe very strongly, that this is it's like a throbbing, exciting potential, especially for the Nigerian MSME manufacturer. I keep using the word Nigerian MSME manufacturer, not because I want to discriminate, but because I heard it here in this hall yesterday. People were complaining that Nigerian indigenous exporters don't have any significant proportion of Nigeria's exports abroad and export incentives. So now we have an AFCFTA, and we've just listened to a presentation on the policy framework. I know you've been doing quite a lot of sensitization. I know you were our guest speaker in a town hall that the Network of Practicing Non-Oil Exporters of Nigeria held a while back. And I would just like you to share with us in the next few minutes what the AFCFTA holds for Nigerian exporters as opportunities and what they must do in order to access this. It's important at this time because sadly, Nigeria was one of the first countries to be informed about the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act about 23 years ago. A presidential steering committee on AGOA was set up, but as of today, 95% of Nigeria's export to AGOA is actually crude oil. We want to avoid this. Thank you very much for taking us through that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think one of the key things to point out, Ambassador mentioned that of the offices that survived, the Shanghai and Taiwan, there were agreements. Those were bilateral agreements. The AFCFTA is a multilateral agreement, so it covers the 54 African countries that have signed up to it. And what it is an agreement. It is a set of rules. And when you say market access and sustainable market access, that means your product being able to get into the African markets, right, in a predictable manner, predictable process. So there are a couple of things that are important. One is you need to be able to sell them, so price. And the AFCFTA comes with elimination of import duties on 90% of tradable products. So that helps you in terms of competition. But we also know that beyond tariff, there is a non-tariff element. That non-tariff element, some of them are regulatory. For instance, let's say, standards. Again, the AFCFTA, the Trade in Goods Protocol, has annexes on customs cooperation, on technical barriers to trade, which deals with standards, on rules of origin, which actually is more focused on industrialization, making sure that we grow the value chains. You must have a minimum percentage of whatever you sell made in Africa. What that means is that exporters or producers must make sure that a certain element, they must buy some raw materials from Africa. So even if it is not in Nigeria, the first thing is to look at other African countries and say, who and who can give me these raw materials so that I can meet my rules of origin requirement. Beyond that as well, we have the issue of currency, which we now have the common, the PAPSS, the Pan-African Payment System, which reduces costs because instead of exchange or converting to dollars and back to the other currency, it is direct. So these are some of the elements that AFCFTA has. But talking about the agreement has provided a platform. The devil is in the implementation. That implementation, and if we take standards, there's another thing, especially for trading services. It's about harmonization of regulations, of policies, and I've talked about standards. It's about recognition of qualifications. It's also about free movement of persons. If you want to go to some African countries now and you need visa, it's at least a week or two. Other people that have visa free will get there, get the deal done. So these are areas where AFCFTA will address. Now, it will work. What part of what he has done for this to work, it's about the institutional framework. So let's take the customs cooperation, for instance. The customs in Nigeria must be able to interact with counterparts in South Africa and so on. And not only maybe by phone, but also the systems should be able to talk to themselves. And if you think about that, then that means that the local laws of all the African countries must allow it. So if your local law does not permit you to transmit data, then that's a problem. So domesticating the AFCFTA agreement is a key element of this. And I can go on and on, but I'm watching time. But I think the other element is the consumer aspect of it. If you look at the Enabling Trade Index for Nigeria 2016, the biggest issue we have is access to foreign markets. If you drill down, is consumers' acceptance of Nigeria's products and services. And there's a link between your products and services and your country's image. So beyond what the AFCFTA agreement does, we need to also then start looking at our image as a country, the products themselves. You know, what do these products, how are you competing compared to other products in the market? And then coming down to your question of what would exporters need to do. The first thing is understand the agreement. The agreement is a public document. And not just exporters, regulators. So MDAs need to understand and see themselves. It's not only on my shoulder, it's on the shoulder of everybody, because at the end of the day, NEPC will need to do their own component, NIPC and so on. The states need to do their own component, and down to the local government, because at the end of the day as well, it's about growing the ecosystem focused on specific value chains. So the exporters need to understand what the agreement is about. That's number one. Then the rules of origin, they need to know. You've talked about the quality requirements. At the moment, all the harmonization is yet to be completed, but at least you need to know what those quality requirements are. And what our chambers of commerce, and they are doing a lot, but with AFCFTA, a lot now needs to be done. Need to handhold our businesses to actually go to African countries, make those connections. Now, we talked about, I'll end by saying that we talked about trade offices. So these things work in a network. So from the trade offices, the connection to, from that office, embassy, to NEPC, to the ministry, but also to the chambers of commerce, so that information flows, the informations are looked at, analyzed, and fed into the community so that actions can be taken. And these are all the things that we need to do to make sure that we take advantage of the AFCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, if you are clapping, really clap. Be determined to. Don't be afraid. I won't send you a bill for consultancy fees for that. But Dr. Anatogu, as you spoke, I tried to imagine that I'm a micro potential exporter from Nigeria, and my heart was cutting and cutting and cutting, because it looked like the process is so long, there's so much that they need to. Is there, for example, a collaboration between your office? Can you direct a potential Nigeria exporter, for example, to a particular place or space, virtual space, where they can gather all this information that you talk about? And if there is not, I'm actually going towards putting a responsibility on the NEPC to work with you to expand sensitization and awareness about how they can.
Yeah, so on our website, www.ngrafcfta.gov.ng, some of the agreement is there. The rules of origin that has been... Okay, www.ngrafcfta.gov.ng. There's an area on reference documents. So the agreement is there, the rules of origin that has been agreed is there, and a couple of other things. But we're already working with NEPC on sensitization and NIPC and others. We're working on them. They are doing a lot on non-oil. So out of all those non-oil products, there are some that Africa needs. So working to, exactly, thank you. So working to put attention on those specific products, right? And then they need to, the NEPC is already working on trade export houses and so on. So there's a lot that we already, we're getting a lot of support from NEPC on that. We're also working, we got a grant from NEPC, working with Lagos Chamber of Commerce to actually start with getting MSMEs onto e-commerce platforms. That was on the basis of the finding that we have so many products in Nigeria that people don't know about. So we need to make them visible. Okay? Now, the other point I think, let me leave it like this because of time.
Yes, thank you so much for being. And my co-trader, as an exporter, you represent quite a number of us. Tiger Foods is one of the avant-garde of those non-traditional exports. Taking it from a practical point of view, can you, in 2 minutes, tell us what your journey has been? The challenge of an indigenous exporter going global. What has it been like, and what is it actually that you look forward to as a proposal for people in your shoes?
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Let me start by saying that, of course, I represent a good number of us here, the SMEs. And as a practical exporter, I'm not a consultant. Whatever I'm going to say will be based on experience. I know it has never been easy to export products from Nigeria to the outside the country. Just like he said, image problem, knowledge gap, things like that. But again, we must always give credit to NAPC, because I know my first exhibition outside the country was midwifed by NAPC. I could remember vividly that the first time I went with them to Ghana for an exhibition, I saw a couple of our products in Ghana market, which means traders are already coming to Nigeria to pick the products and sell in Ghana. So to sustain and increase the volume of that business, I don't have to wait for NAPC to do further. I went to Ghana, set up an office, and then started canvassing for market. At a time, we became in volume, the biggest spice brand in Ghana, not just in Ghana, but Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Liberia, Sierra Leone. But there are challenges. The stories have not been quite rosy as it looks. I know the issue of financing, coming from the SME point of view, I know in some countries like India, where I used to buy a lot of raw materials for some of our products, our supplier, I know, whenever he's supplying to us, he's shipping to us, gets the value of his bill of lading the moment he submits it to the bank. That way, he doesn't have to wait for maybe 30 days, 45 days for me to receive the product and pay. So as soon as he is shipping, he is taking the documents to the bank, and then there is a credit guarantee, export credit guarantee bank of India, something like that, that gives him the value of what he is shipping immediately for him to keep on doing his production. I don't think that there is a knowledge gap for me there. I don't know whether any bank is doing that or whether an Exim bank is doing that. But for an SME who is shipping outside Nigeria, you know, like he mentioned, Nigerian image, nobody pays you 100% when you are shipping from Nigeria. They want to see the goods before they even pay. So for an SME who is shipping and then he is going to wait for 30, 40, 60 days before he gets his payment is not encouraging. So we have to find a way to bridge that gap. Another challenge that I may also have to mention here has to do with logistics. The last container we shipped to Liberia, I know I have to put up the storage in a bonded warehouse for 3 weeks because the vessel that is supposed to pick the container was more eager to pick empty containers and take them back to maybe Europe, where they are having a shortfall of empty containers. So there is no guaranteed export corridor for Nigerian exporter, where you give export more priority than import. The custom seems to be looking at what they are generating for the federal government by making money from import than facilitating export. We need to also look at that as well.
Thank you so much, sir, and Dr. Natogu, thank you. He says it's Mr. Okay, so we are now an honorary doctor from this event. Of course, like I said, time, unfortunately, is not too friendly to us. I'm going to take 3 questions from the audience. The first hand I see is there. There is a lady here. Thank you for helping us to maintain gender balance. And no, let me come to the extreme. And if you like, call me woman rapper. There is another lady there. So 2 ladies and this gentleman. Where are the microphones? This man, start with him. Then there is a lady here in green gele, and then there is another lady there. After the first question here, we will take 1 question online. People have been sending questions. No, the microphone goes to him, the man standing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Charles Nduka. I have 2 concerns or questions per se. Talking about market access. I like the initiatives that we're discussing, but for me, of course, knowing how things work may be a bit futuristic. But I'm asking, the present arrangements we have, what are we doing? How are we going to, gain from them? I just heard in the news that NEPC set up a trade office in Egypt or something like that. I do export to Egypt. I just saw it in the news, and I'm asking myself, how do I benefit from that kind of thing? I also saw that you do something in Canada and all that. So such initiatives, how do we actually benefit? What information do we have to tap into such an initiative while we are discussing these ones that we're looking at? That's the first question. And the second question is on a Pan-African payment system. I think at some point, the question is, I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me, but it seeks to kind of get payments in your local currency when you do export. You know, but if CBN is chasing for FX, dollar, and I are saying if I export to an Egyptian and he's going to pay me, I can get my money in Naira. How do we bridge that gap? Because really, this dollar thing is a measure, even in Egypt, that I have a current ongoing transaction. It's taking them close to a month to get the dollar to pay me. So, but if I'm using PAPs and all that, but at the end of the day, okay, you say you can pay me in Naira. If I understand that's how it works. How does that tie into CBN's RT200 if we're still in Africa? Thank you.
Okay, just to make sure we address that, I'd like Francis to take to give an. Okay, just in case it's another one that comes to you. The next person is. Where's the microphone? Okay. No, the woman here. Maybe because of the TV thing, you are not. Please go ahead. You introduce yourself, please.
Okay. I'm Mrs. Esther Adebayo. I'm the president, Women Agro-Processor, Women and Youth Agro-Processor and Exporters Initiative.
So that answers.
I have, it's a suggestion, it's a question and suggestion also. My first one is on the preparation by Nigerian government on this AFCTFTA. Because I could see that from experience of AGOA, if care is not taken, Nigeria will become a dumping ground for other African countries' products to be sold. And why did I say that? Because we have not established any export trading enterprise in Nigeria that we specifically tackle the preparation for the AFCTA. And the experience of AGOA when we were exporting Ashoke. Before we know it, China started bringing it. The only issue is that their own cannot be managed to tie like the one I tie now. That was what exposed them, and people were not buying. And right now, the government is laying emphasis more on import than export. Why did I say so? Is that when export that is coming in is being more regulated than what is going out. If the government really want to help exporters, the countries where we are taking our goods to, they have a certification that we must acquire before we can access the market. The government, I thank God that NEPC recently has been helping people to get DFA certification. But like my association, we are having partnership with America and Canada for our products, and Thailand, to mention the three that we are processing now. If you want to trade in America market, you need DFA and USDA certification. Right now, you cannot get USDA certification in Nigeria. I got, because I studied in the US and my college recommended me for the certification, for the permit. I want to ask the NEPC and the government how they want to help us as exporters to be able to get this certification so as to make our trading in that country to be successful and easy. Then we are also having off-takers in Canada. Canada too have their own certification. Is there anything government is doing to help us to get this certification? Because we cannot get this certification if we cannot trade very well with them if we don't have this certification. Then the third one, sorry, the exporters, the government will help the exporters if only they can help the farmers, the producers. That is the foundation of of what we want to export. Recently, you will see that the services of this from Agric, the extension workers who are to help the farmers, they are not as prominent as we have before. And that is why our farmers who are not literate, they just apply their fertilizer. It may be too much and it may not even be enough. So those are the three areas I want the government to take action. Immediate one, if they really want to help us. We have been in this, I've been in this all about 3 years ago by Sterling Bank. We went all throughout all these things. But right now, nothing is being done. So let this conference bring practical example and practical intervention by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Before I go to the last person from the floor, can we just flash the two questions online? I'm sorry, sir, we are limited by time. The mic will be on standby, but there's a question here from Bosun Sholari. Is NEPC putting in place mechanisms to check and monitor the trade houses to ensure that exporters are not shortchanged by some EFPP-funded agents or organizations that are meant to help facilitate their goods in the foreign markets? I think you are the operator of the trading house in Egypt. I'm going to ask you to spend half a minute to respond to that. At the end of the day, is policy support instruments, if not also supported by monitoring and control mechanisms, they may be thrown open to abuse. Second question from online. I know you will answer that. Second online question, please, quickly. They said they were from online participants. Okay, I will read one from the floor. Somebody sent from the floor here, but I think it was actually. So it says, thank you, Ambassador, for your presentation, which is in line with the major issues faced with accessing markets with other countries. It is necessary to have desk offices in major countries, as you earlier stated. My question is, how can this issue be addressed from the National Assembly, and also there should be special intervention and stuff? So I'm thinking that has to do with legislation. Maybe Ezeagu, you will probably want to look at that eventually to answer that if we have the time. Last question from the floor. There is, yeah, that's the lady behind the.
Let me hijack from the lady. I'll give you back to her.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Kola.
Thank you very much. Yeah, basically, I just want to make a contribution, and it's going to go to Frank, Mr. Frank. We've spent so much time looking at the policies on AFTA, and we have not spent any time in trying to understand the regional market, not to talk of the continental market. The market, the way it's works, is extremely difficult to penetrate. That is the truth. Extremely difficult. And then the foreigners, the Lebanese, the Europeans, they're already dominating, and the Chinese, this market, not in terms of just buying. They have offices in this continent. I'll give you an example. I move goods for 6 multinational companies. I can tell that the 6 of them, 4, they sell to the same person. We have GCB. GCB is in 6 countries. They call their Gold Code Matcom. They are in 6 countries. We have SIPS. SIPS is in Senegal. It's in 5 countries.
I'm talking about West Africa. Imoa Global, they are in 6 countries. They scatter Midland Maritime, the same thing. They are in different countries and they buy from the region. Currently now, these people are setting up offices in the continental, in African continent. What I'm trying to say is, if we don't quickly penetrate these areas, they will dominate these places. And it will become very difficult for the MSMEs to dominate or to get access into those markets. My suggestion is this, and that's where Nigerian Export Promotion Council comes in. In the region, we need to support the MSME. There is no two ways about it. If we don't support them, all the policies will just be in the textbook, and we have the large industries only exporting within the West African sub-region. If you look at the data, look at the figures, the market is divided into 3. We have the large industry dominating. Then we have the foreigners also in the business. Then we have the MSMEs operating in the informal sector. 65% of the traders in the African continent, they are Nigerians, and they dominate in the informal sector. So we need to set up structures that will support MSMEs now, not later. Now, so that they can be able to export within the sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Lastly, Oga, Mr. Tiger Foods, there is a program with the NIGERI'S, and I know that my ED is going to take it up. It's called ECOWAS Support Facility. It is bound to support the kind of facility you're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just before you ask your question or make your contribution, I want to take us back to the ED's presentation or opening speech yesterday. In his welcome address, he did inform about the impending opening of an export trade house in Lome, Togo. I know that this is a collaboration between NEPC and Nexport Trade, which of course is supposed to be the John Holt of Nigeria. And I am believing that it is possible to continue to collaborate with Nexport Trade, or to use Nexport Trade as a pilot and have other such collaborations. But the truth is, there is no running away from Mr. Kola Awe's recommendation. Nigeria has to make physical presence in these countries before the AFCFTA officially overcomes the rules of origin and says the market is open. Thank you. Let's take an online question before you take the last shot. You said it was ready. Can we have it? Okay. Logistics cost is making our Nigerian exports non-competitive in the global market. For example, 2,500 naira per kg. It's a bit higher than that. How do we bring this cost down? Please help. And this is from Funke Bolujoko. They are the producers of Master Tea. Logistics cost, how do we bring that down? I will refer that to you. You are a practicing exporter. Okay, last question.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mrs. Joy Onyebuchi-Nweke. I am the ANS for COWAN, Country Women Association of Nigeria, with over 4.7 million artisans, women that are into clusters of different non-oil products. I want to thank the NCPC for this opportunity, for the conversation towards more, expansion of Nigerian produce outside. But my question will come like me playing the devil's advocate. And the first question I said was, how do we address the standard that the European market places on African products? How do we address that? My second is that the ambassador spoke so well, I listened to him, but the issue of road network oftentimes, militate against taking our products to the ports. How do we, address that as well? And I have two aspects of my question. One is an observation. My next one is that I observed that from yesterday and today's session of this wonderful conversation, the women are not well represented on the panel. I think that should be addressed. I would like to also emphasize that because this topic has been predominantly spoken to on the issue of agriculture, and I know that we have other aspects of non-oil products. I mean, we have fashion, we have entertainment, we have sports, and the list is endless. So maybe we should actually look into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please clap for her and clap for me for giving 2 women out of 3 slots. I gave 2 to women. So I think that addresses the final part of the observation. Okay, we can continue the discussion after this session. I will just quickly read this out. It's a contribution to you from the audience. It says, for Tiger Foods, my name is Stephen Usi. Tiger Foods, you can get paid up to 80% upon delivery of your goods in a warehouse with warehouse warrant before shipment. I do know that those kind of, is it called DIS? Deliver in store kind of this thing where you get warrants refinancing. The banks can discuss that with you. That's just a suggestion. So we are going to go this way. We have 2 people who will spend half a minute. You have taken quite note of quite a lot of those policy questions. They come to you. And then the export, logistics, and transport that you mentioned, they come to you. So let's take it in that order.
Okay. Thank you very much. The first question was on the export, getting in touch with NEPC to learn about the trade houses. So I think it's something that NEPC will handle. But I imagine that a number of these things are on NEPC website, and there are contacts. If they are not, then I think it's something that NEPC will need to take up. But being able to contact NEPC for this kind of information is critical. On the PAPSS, it's a settlement system, and I think it is live now, is working. The easiest way to describe it is talk to your bank, because the banks, many banks in Nigeria now are now operating through that settlement system. That would be the easiest answer. And there is no conflict with the CBN RS 200, because CBN is actually the champion for us in Nigeria. And by the way, the PAPSS actually is an improvement from the ECOWAS, the similar ECOWAS tool that we've been developing for a while. So there's no conflict. In terms of AFCFTA preparation. So indeed, it is important to know that, yes, export, there are some key things that are important in export. One is scale. The other one is documentation, among other things. So if you're going to meet rules of origin and others, yes, you need to get those documentation, and some MSMEs may not be able to or will struggle. Now, one of the interventions that we have identified at the National Action Committee is that we call it an SME aggregation. So, and the idea is identify big companies, medium and large enterprises, and work with them to say, how do we help you to export to African countries, and work with you to solve some of the practical issues that have been identified, but also what are your requirements to get as many SMEs into your supply chain network. And based on those their requirements, the training, the certification, and other things that they need to meet what their off-takers need, that will be the basis for developing those training. Madam, your point on certification is important. It's very, very important. And I know NEPC is already doing something, both in the same ECOSAT and Global Gap and all of that. I think there are some program already going on in NEPC. I know that SON is also working on something on the Global Gap thing as well. But one of the there's a need for some kind of incentive to make those to go for those certification, and these are things that are being worked on. And like my brother said, some of these things are futuristic. Yes, there's a lot happening already, but there's a whole lot more that needs to happen. The rules of origin that we are talking about now, in the past 2 years, we have managed to agree the rules for 88% of product lines. So the AFCFTA the implementation will take years and years. And you have even as you have the framework agreement, those mutual recognition agreements will be negotiated and agreed and will be implemented. So this is a long program. I think this would have addressed your point on helping MSMEs as well. But yes, they need help. There's those that government will help, but there's those that are the kind of help that will use the private sector to facilitate for them. I think that's it.
Thanks so much. Thank you. ETH, is there a way that you can give the exporters the comfort of knowing that they will not be taken advantage of? I think that's the essence of that question.
Okay. First of all, we need to know how ETH works. ETH is a warehouse which has been designated in some of those countries that were given the license to operate as an operator. And the roles that ETH can play is, one, de-risking the cancellation of contracts. All the exporters, they know the big challenge is most of the time you load your cargo while it is on transit, the customer can change his mind, more especially in those countries that you do not have the favorable payment conditions. Then they can cancel the contract, while returning the cargo back to Nigeria is going to be a very, very difficult and costly. So with the ETH, you can just change the consignee to the ETH of those countries, and you will allow your cargo to go to the ETH, which is very, very wonderful experience that most of the exporters they have been into. So with that, we de-risk your issue of returning back your cargo. At the end, even if you successfully run your NSP officially, you have to pay duty for you to import the returned cargo most of the time. The other thing is rejection of the cargo. Some of the time, the cargo will reach destination, and due to the quality parameters, the agencies can reject the cargo for being entered into that country. So we have an agreement with most of the countries that ETH operate. We can import the cargo. Even with the rejection, we can have what they call a guarantee. I'm ETH operator in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We call it ta'ahud. In Arabic means agreement. We agree that this cargo is rejected, but we are going to bring it into the warehouse. We reclean it. We take the bad cargo outside the country, and the good one we sell into the country. They allow us to do this way. So this will really help the exporter not to lose even total of his money after he's been exported to these countries.
Thank you.
Another thing is warehousing services. So I wanted to say that it is open. We are not controlling your export cargo. What we are saying is that we have the warehouse. If you have your customer in these countries, you can just make your cargo, even you can make notify party to the export trade house, then you can ask us to release your cargo to your customer. This is one.
Thank you so much for enumerating please, thank you. You may have your seat.
Okay.
That will enumerate the advantages of going through the export trading house, but for the comfort of the exporter who is dealing directly with you, and for the benefit of the NEPC who started this initiative, I believe that the essence of the takeoff grant would be, for example, to address issues like renting a warehouse and then to reduce the cost to the exporter? I think that addresses that question. Finally, sir, can you please take the issues of cost and logistics? We are well over the time that was allocated.
I will be fast about that. Okay, for logistics, based on my experience again, I have to also say that for us to get the cost down, there must be a deliberate government intervention on the issue of logistics, especially for the SME. I have so much heard about the export expansion grant, which takes a lot of time for you to process. I don't know why we cannot tailor it in a way that maybe exporters can get instant rebate, maybe in form of government taking up the cost of fleet, some other agency costs, which will reduce the cost of export. But for logistics, that actually makes sense for us. I like to use West African countries as low-hanging fruit. This is where I know a good number of exporters will easily get market before you start looking at Europe and North America. But for West African market, if we are actually going to containeralize their goods, based on my experience, when we are using our trucks to move goods to Ghana, Togo, and Benin, it costs us about 400,000 to move one truck from Anambra State to Ghana. But when the borders were closed, we have to containeralize these goods and then spend about $4,500 to move them. And it takes much longer time. Sometimes it takes like about 3 weeks. If you are not lucky, your container may go to Spain before moving down to Ghana again. So those are the logistics nightmares you may definitely face. So if government really want to intervene, I don't know why we are not having small vessels to pick goods going to West Coast. It used to happen. I don't know whether it is still possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my very esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Just two things that we'll do, and then this session rounds up. The first is for me to read this out from somebody from the audience. I must commend the NEPC just like Oliver Twist. Please, we need some more. NEPC, please emphasize more on the promotion of production of new commodities at the grassroots. And that is from the National President of Spices Association of Nigeria. The name is Victoria Jumai Tabak. And then the Executive Director, CEO of the NEPC, has the floor now to make a comment. A few issues have been raised, and then we'll be done.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, if you want to clap, clap. Don't threaten to clap. You are threatening to clap. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to make some some quick comments. I remember Madam Esther mentioned issue of certification. How do they get women, certification, women and other SMEs? We have a program called Go Global, Go Certification. Last year, I'm sure some of you are here, we gave certification to about 36 people. If you were giving certification through NEPC, NEPC paid for it. Let me see your hands up if you're here. Let me see your hands up. Okay, fine. NEPC, we're not the one that do like this. We are straight. If it's what we do, I will tell you we do it. So right now, we've written a letter for approval to get other people to get certification for other SMEs, and if it's approved, you will see an advert in the newspaper or TV inviting you to come with your products and apply for such certifications, and of course various certifications like the FDA, like the HACCP, Halal, Kosher, all these certifications. See, what we are going to do is, you see, export for survival, export for survival now by force. No, that's the truth. Yeah. We are going to do it. As long as you are with us, we must export to survive. All right, thank you. Now, having said that, somebody mentioned the issue of how trade houses, whether they are going to be surchanged or not, the gentleman over there. We'll make sure no one is surchanged. Now, I appreciate the fact that this is the first time we are doing this. It has never been done. The export trade house. It has never been done. And so, Of course, there are going to be gaps. Of course, there are going to be mistakes. But we don't look at the mistakes. We don't look at the problems and don't go there to try it. We'll try it. If there are mistakes, we'll fix it. But we have to go on. The lady over there that mentioned that some of the panelists were not women. I am telling you, it was maybe an oversight or because of people we contacted and they confirmed coming. But I'm telling you, in NEPC, we're highly, highly, highly gender sensitive. Let me give you an idea. Let me give you what I mean. Let me tell you what I mean. Right now, as I'm talking to you, we have 7 directors. Guess what? 4 are women. And specifically, we set up a division called Women in Export. Women in, just to cater the interests of women. At a point, even as a man, I said, come, why not men in export? Why women in export? But that's how sensitive we are to gender issues. So it wasn't deliberate. It was not to downgrade or look down on women. Please, so we apologize for that. Is that okay? Then I think, let me just see my notes, and there's one last one on standards. How do we address the standards placed by foreign markets? Yeah, the only way, and I'm talking to you here, the only way we can address standards, or one of the ways we can address standards set up by foreign markets, is to scale up our production to meet their standards. And we can do it. No, we can do it. If you look at our products today, I mean, what we display today, you would think they are foreign. No, am I not right? Look at the packaging, and everything is about packaging. Look at our packaging. By the way, once you get every certification required, because the certifications are not Nigerian, they're not African, they're all of international standard. Once you get them, your products are going there. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Yakusak. Thank you so much for bringing in those perspectives to comfort our exporters. Yes, I know that we are violated. We are actually in violation. But please give us 1 minute to allow His Excellency, our lead speaker, to make a brief remark, and then we'll be done.
Thank you very much. What I only want to add, actually, the question which the ED has just responded on standard requirement, because someone asked a question of what can it be done for EU to reduce their standard for African product. Well, as the ED rightly pointed out, standard everywhere is based on international standard, okay, except that the SPS provision has given some members who applied for to have a little above the international standard. But the minimum requirement is international standard everywhere. And I want to encourage the stakeholders that once you have any rejection or challenge for market access into any of the WTO member states, it is our responsibility, the stakeholders' responsibility to communicate to the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and so my office will be informed. And we will study the situation and we will table it in the appropriate committee in the World Trade Organization, and of course, be sure of justice. We had similar case of hibiscus flower in the past, where Mexico took certain measures, and of course, that report came to us, and we presented it, and today we are out of it. They had to remove it. So anything that you think any other member is applying that is against the rules, please do let us know. It is our responsibility to look and present that case to the relevant committee, and that country will have to answer it. And of course, if they don't have any justification in line with the multilateral agreement, then definitely they will have to remove it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. First, I have to apologize to my panelists. I'm sorry, we don't have the luxury of a rounding up statement. And like you whispered into my ears, what will another half minute of comments, what difference will it make anyway? And I want to then, on that note, thank the Executive Director and leadership of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council for setting up this session. I know it's inexhaustive. We could continue on and on. Thank you all very much for your very engaging participation. And again, for the madam who talked about, because she mentioned Canada, I want to recommend this. I will definitely take up with the NEPC. Economic diplomacy also comes in when you want to penetrate an external market, especially Canada. CFIA is the institution in Canada. There are things that NEPC and NAFDAC need to do to open the Canadian market for Nigerian products. On this note, I want to say a very big thank you for your patience with us. I want to say once again a very big thank you for the quality of your contribution. Thank you and God bless.
Yes, we'll have the group picture. ED, Your Excellency, I think you should join too. You are part of this panel. I think we had a lead speaker and a lead moderator. Can we clap for them, please? If you are the owner of this vehicle, it's a white, I think it's a Mercedes 4MATIC. The number is ABJ127FT. White, the car is white, in case you borrowed your wife's car. It's a white car. The number is ABJ127FT. It's a white Mercedes 4MATIC. So please, you have, I think you're obstructing traffic. You need to go and repark your vehicle. Once again, let's appreciate our panel with a round of applause. We want to appreciate a few people who have come in. Let's especially welcome once again the Managing Director of Nexim Bank, Mr. Abba Bello. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary, Osun State Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Cooperatives and Empowerment, Mrs. Josephine Odediran. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you. And from Kogi State, we have the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Industry in Lokoja, Mr. Shuaibu Ezekiel Otori. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. From Nasarawa, we have a large delegation. The Honorable Commissioner, Trade, Industry and Investment, Mr. Salihu Enna Ali, is with us. And the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment, Mr. Rilwanu Al-Qasim, is also with us. Please, let's appreciate them. We have one of our guys at the top here, the Chairman of the Man Export Group, Chief Ede Dafinone. You're welcome. Please put your hands together for him. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Lagos State, Mrs. Adetutu Osonsoya. You're welcome. Please appreciate her too. We told you that today will be very interesting. The first session really happened. We also want to remind you that we have an exhibition outside. In a short while, we'll take a tour of that exhibition. We'll also have tea break. We'll come back to do the 2 sessions and we go back. But our focus today has been around export, really. And we are getting certification on all of that. But one of the issues that we raised yesterday was the issue of identity. And I want to especially appreciate one man who gave identity to his friend. His friend had attended a conference of oil exporters, but they had sidelined him. They didn't recognize him because he was not in the real oil business. He was exporting groundnut oil. And they said there was a problem. And he was having identity problem because the oil companies refused to recognize him. And when it comes to the non-oil export part, they also don't identify him. So he's having serious crisis where really to belong. For him, he says he would have preferred to be in the non-oil part, even though what he's exporting is oil. The next 20 minutes, we will take some time. The executive director will lead us so we can go and see the exhibitors at the exhibition stands. It's just behind, through the doors where you came in. We will go through there. We'll go to the stands and look at what they have. If it's your own, even if people are not patronizing, you can buy from yourself. But please, let's make sure that we patronize those who are selling. Let's clap for the ED, and the front row will lead us. Others will follow. In 20 minutes, please, we should be back here so that we can take the next item, the next session. The ED will lead. Every one of us should follow. We have various exhibitions. We have people who have come from far, from automobile to ginger to fashion and textile. Let me specially recognize those who are into garment production. To those who are into pharmaceuticals, please, let's go there, patronize them, support them. Make sure you buy something, even if you don't need it. Please, this is an announcement, a special one. If you're going, please don't leave your bags in the hall. Take them with you. I'll also want to advise you that you write your name and your phone number. Your name and your phone number, and put it inside the bag, because most of the bags look alike and somebody can mistake you and take yours. So if he takes your own, he will just call you so that you can return and make the exchange back. Please put your name and your phone number or your card somewhere so people can call you in case they take your bag. But we advise you, please take them with you. They are not too heavy, except if you have been buying since yesterday. After that. Please, let's go to the exhibition stand. It's just at the car park. Enter through the main entrance. That's if you did not come from the back door. If you came in through the main entrance, just go to the car park. You see a marquee there. Go inside and you will probably buy something discounted. Thank you very much. Please carry your valuables. Don't leave your phones. Don't leave your bags. Please take them with you. Thank you. You are Benue. Okay. How do I write your name? Abaji. Okay. Yes, sir.
No, don't put search. No, no search. Wait, tomorrow is Wait. I need to find something to balance this. Microphone check 1, 2. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please, just in case if you've not had the tea break, you can just walk to my right here. You'll see where they're having the tea break. Please. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Please, can we quickly take our seats so that we can get into the next panel session?
Well, thank you very much for coming back right on time. For those of you who have not had tea, I hope you can continue. For those who are outside, if you can hear my voice, we're about to commence. So please, let's have you back in the hall. Those who are outside, if you can hear my voice, we are starting the second session already. So please come inside as we get started. If you know you were sitting next to someone and that person is not here, just call them over the phone that they should come back. A lot of our people are still at the exhibition stands. Please just communicate with them so they come back in and we get started. We want to thank some of our special guests who came in earlier. I'll appreciate especially the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade and Investment from Delta State, Ubogu Antonia. You're welcome, Honorable. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. We also have with us here today the Permanent Secretary from Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Oliver O. Udokpo. You're welcome. Let me also especially welcome and appreciate the presence of our board chairman, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Musa. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Please clap for him. Thank you very much, sir. We have a few other permanent secretaries that I would quickly appreciate. The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Industries, Trade and Investment, Ekiti State, Mrs. BC Arogundade, you're welcome. Please put your hands together for her. The Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Trade and Investment in Benue State, that's talking about Honorable Abagi Stephen. You're welcome. Please clap for him. Clap for him. We have Chief D.H.O. Adadiji, Coalition of the Northern States Chairman of Commerce, Industries, Mines and Agriculture. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Are we all back? Please try and call your neighbor if they are close by. Let's start quickly because we need to have enough time to say all the things that we want to say. So your neighbor is not here. All right, as we are getting ready, I want to especially appreciate one man who's seated at the back. He actually took me to a conference in Lagos where we tried to adopt a unified language for Nigeria to either use the American English or the British English. After 2 weeks, it was not possible to agree on any of the choices because it was difficult to pick either the American or the English language because we have a jollof sort of it in Nigeria. Because it was difficult. For instance, in Britain, they will say extreme. In America, they will say end. And here we will say extreme end. In Britain, they will say knicker. In America, they will say short. But here we will say short knicker. In Britain, they will say salon. In America, they will say barber shop. But we'll say barbing salon. In Britain, they will say bend. In America, they will say corner. But here we'll say bending corner. In Britain, they will say so. In America, they will say therefore. But here we'll say so. In Britain, they will say still. In America, they will say yet. But here we'll say still. In Britain, they will say should. In America, they will say in case. But here we'll say in Britain, they will say turn back. In America, they will say reverse, but here we will say reverse back. In Britain, they will say henceforth. In America, they will say from now on, but here we will say from now henceforth. In Britain, they will say tell me the reason. In America, they will say tell me why, but here we will say tell me the reason. Please put your hands together for yourselves.
So therefore, at this point, we'll have to now continue. We're having 2 more sessions. I hope we all are energized. You all are still a very fantastic audience, I must say. A round of applause for you. All of us, both up and down. Because at least, you know, in my years of experience doing this kind of things, after especially if it's a 2-day event or a 3-day event, you really catch people still having that rapt attention, especially when serious things like this are being discussed. So we need to give ourselves a round of applause to show that it's not just only educating, it's informative, enlightening, and also having an engaging audience. So thank you very much. We're going to be having a slight change, but our 2 sessions will still hold. The 3rd session for today, which has the theme, Driving Non-Oil Exports Through Strategic Partnerships, will be the next session we will have now. So the 2nd session would come later. I hope we all understand. So at this point, let me call on the moderator, because this session on driving non-oil export through strategic partnerships, the style is a bit different from what we were used to since yesterday. So the moderator will be taking charge now. The moderator is a development economist. He's a chartered management accountant with public and private sector experience in international trade and private sector development. He's currently the acting director of trade at the ECOWAS Commission. He is Mr. Kolawole Sofola. Please, a round of applause as he comes to the stage. He will be introducing his speakers. Mr. Sofola, over to you. I know we've taken a lot of time, the first session for today, so I would crave our indulgence that we should try as much as possible to be on time. I know a lot of us have questions. If we leave it, everybody in the hall will ask questions. But have it in mind also that we need to work within time so that we can finish our 2 sessions and also go for lunch. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Sofola.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers here present, Commissioners, Permanent Secretaries, Director Generals, senior government officials from the width and breadth of Nigeria, from the private sector, captains of industries, entrepreneurs, business people, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, permit me to bring you greetings from His Excellency Jean-Claude Cassibrou, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, as well as the Commissioner responsible for Trade, Customs and Free Movement, Mr. Tekonti. I would like to thank the Nigerian Export Promotion Council and my dear brother and friend, Dr. Yakuzak, for inviting the ECOWAS Commission to participate at this maiden national conference on non-oil export 2020. And by the same means, want to commend them for the great strides they are taking towards promoting non-oil exports in Nigeria. As introduced, my name is Kolawole Sofola, and I've had the privilege to serve the ECOWAS community for approximately 15 years now, focusing on regional, continental, and international trade issues. It is my pleasure to moderate this session on driving non-oil exports through strategic partnerships. The economy of Nigeria is the largest in Africa, with abundant supply of natural resources, well-developed financial and communication services, and transport infrastructure. Nigeria has an economy very well endowed with natural resources, especially in the agricultural sector. Based on these natural resources, the manufacturing sector is growing and covers a wide range of processed products ranging from oil or processed cereals to the manufacture of new technologies and automobiles. In order to substantially increase the value added created through exports of made-in-Nigeria manufactured products, key strategic partnerships are instrumental. Indeed, as much as potential investors and partners are looking for trade and investment opportunities, we also need to broaden and deepen our partnerships to diversify our exports of non-oil products. Partnerships are strategic when they allow you to access new sources of funding, human capital and knowledge, key technologies in order to produce quality and marketable products and boost the exports of the Nigerian economy. At the regional level of the ECOWAS Commission, we take our strategic partnerships very importantly. And we use this through a number of mechanisms and initiatives. You've mentioned earlier on during this few days, the ECOWAS Trade Fair, where we bring together buyers and sellers. We also have the promotion of our free trade area through the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme. And we recently supported the establishment of the ECOWAS Trade Promotion Organization Network. And I'm pleased to cite that the president of that new network is your very own CEO and Executive Director of NEPC. I think that's a good place to clap. Like the previous speaker said, if you want to clap, mean it. So thank you very much. We've also talked about, in the last session, the African Continental Free Trade Area. That brings an opportunity to bring together 55 countries in the African continent, 1.3 billion people, to broaden and create the largest trading blocs in terms of membership. And at the ECOWAS Commission, we have been supporting our member states in the negotiation process. We've been developing communication and outreach programs, animations, trying to simplify text so the average citizen can understand, and also supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises to maximize the opportunities of the AFCFTA. But we're not here to listen to what we are doing at ECOWAS. The focus is on the distinguished panelists that have been assembled today for this session. I'm pleased to inform us we have 4 distinguished personalities that will be having a conversation with us on how we can drive non-oil exports through strategic partnerships. So first of all, I'd like to invite up to the stage Madam Anna Vinambres. As she comes on, I will just briefly give you a description of Madam Vinambres. She is a degree holder with degrees from University of Madrid and London, and with over 25 years of experience. Her career across several continents and in various sectors include online tourism, information technology, manufacturing, luxury fashion, and leather manufacturing. In the development world, she has been a team leader of the 2 largest vocational training and economic growth DFID programs in Nigeria. She now leads the GIZ Nigerian Competitiveness Project, co-funded by the European Union and the German Development Agency, BMZ, as the head of project to increase the competitiveness across selected chains, enhance incomes, and create jobs with full inclusive and gender focus. Anna has participated in the creation, the launch, and the management of recognized startups with a strong focus on raising funds and operations management. She has held positions of responsibility in several multinational corporations in Nigeria, Spain, Switzerland, Brazil, and China, with strong import and export operations. And her international experience covers Europe, the Middle East, Africa, in organizations such as Hewlett-Packard, Compaq, and Twin Head. Her interests and specialties include the private sector, business development, international business and finance, strategic planning, and change management. Anna, once again, it's a pleasure to have you with us. May I now call upon the second panelist, Dr. Ken Ukaho. Many of us are very familiar with Dr. Ken. Dr. Ken is a trade lawyer with a PhD and expertise in international trade and economics law. He has a number of masters in international law and diplomacy, multilateral legal system, business administration, and trade law. Dr. Ken is a sound trade negotiator who has handled several bilateral, regional, and multilateral trade and economic negotiations. He has been part of the negotiations of the West African European Union Economic Partnership Agreement. He has taken part in the negotiations on the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the ECOWAS Common External Tariff, and also made representations for Nigeria at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Dr. Ken has written several analytical works on trade, including books and journals on trade and economic development and policies. He is the chief editor and publisher of 3 internationally recognized and award-winning journals, namely the ECOWAS Vanguard, Farm and Food, and the Trade Policy Monitor. Dr. Ken is the president of the National Association of Nigerian Traders, and he chairs the Nigerian non-state actors on the AFCFTA. He was appointed as Nigeria's government's champion at AFCFTA, and he's also the chair of the board of the West African Institute for Trade, Agriculture, and Economic Development. He's a member of the 7-man eminent persons task force set up by the ECOWAS heads of states and governments to implement the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme. Dr. Ken, you're welcome to the session. May I now call upon Robin Wheeler. Robin Wheeler is currently the Chief of Party of the USAID-funded West African Trade and Investment Hub, based in Abuja. As Chief of Party, Robin guides the project in its mission to empower and work with the private sector to meet some of the region's most pressing sustainable development challenges. Robin has 3 decades of experience, including through past leadership roles as Chief of Party, country representative, and regional representative level on nearly a dozen USAID and US government-funded projects. Before joining the Trade Hub, Robin led NIGERI'S project, which was a 5-year project funded to improve the West African crop productivity by increasing regional availability and using appropriate and affordable fertilizers. Though a native of the US, Robin has called Africa his home for more than 35 years. He has worked in most countries on the continent, including those in West Africa, and also worked and lived and worked in Niger, Ghana, Liberia, Guinea, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, as well as Ethiopia. Robin earned his master's degree in international agricultural extension at the University of Maryland, and he also studied African history, politics, and literature for a year at the University of Calabar. That's very good, Robin. I think University of Calabar deserves a recognition for the great work it's doing. He is fluent in French as well as his native language of English. So, Robin, it's a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon. And last but not least, if I can invite Annabelle Kamuche, who is the Group Managing Director of NISET. Is Annabelle around? Excellent. So as you come up, Annabelle is a lawyer by training, called to the Nigerian bar, and attended the Humboldt University Law School in Germany, where she obtained a certificate as an international certified mediator, negotiator, and arbitrator. She's a fellow of the UN Academy on Peace and Conflict Resolution, a gender and human-centered development consultant, and a qualified consultant on fair trade standard. In 2010, rather than continue her practice with law, she pursued her passion for agriculture and has been involved in the Nigerian agricultural sector since then. She was the Corporate Affairs Business Development Executive at Green Fingers Technologies, and then she became the Managing Director of the First Heritage Global Investment Nigeria, which supported the Niger State government to develop a roadmap for the shea sector in Niger State, which aimed at developing that sector and increasing the value of shea trees. In a bid to contribute to the development of the agricultural sector in Nigeria, as well as create access for Nigerian agricultural products into international markets, she recently joined other investors in a transaction with the Ecosert Group of France, a global leader in conformity assessment and certification. Annabelle was appointed the first managing director of the company, and after the required training, she now leads the NISET group consisting of 2 independent teams. So Annabelle, it's a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon. So if you permit me, I'll join the panelists and we'll take the conversation from there. Thank you. So once again, a very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome the panelists to this session. I would like us to have a conversation around the various areas of your expertise, but before that, I'll kindly ask you to perhaps make for us a presentation first of all. I believe you all prepared some PowerPoint presentations. I'll allow you 10 minutes each to first of all tell us a little bit more about the organizations you represent. And I think in the case of Anna, I think you'll be talking more about the NICOP and the work you're doing here on competitiveness. So with that, if you can take the podium, and you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council to invite NICOP here today. We are really grateful and honored to be representing the European Union and the German government in this session. We've been asked to just do a brief presentation on what kind of strategic partnerships are necessary to really improve and increase the export capabilities in Nigeria. And our project is actually focusing on that. So we'll just have a very quick review on it. First of all, I'm not going to go deep into it, but it's clear for all of us that are here that exports are very important, and they only not mean an increased profitability avenue for MSMEs and companies in Nigeria, but they can also create a lot of jobs for Nigerians, a lot of contribution to the economic growth and development of Nigeria, and especially to the GDP. The advantages around innovation, research and development, and others are really huge, both for the private sector and for the public sector. But, as we have seen also yesterday and today, there is a lot of challenges around exporting. Exporting is not as easy as trading or selling to the local government area market or to the neighbor state. It's much more difficult because we need to start conforming with the standards, with certifications. There is a lot of difficulties to understand what is the right product for the right market. It's also more difficult to understand who will be wanting your product overseas. And then the logistics are much more complicated. There is a lot of risk for your goods in transit to be damaged. You need more financial muscle to be able to ship your products out. There is a lot of information that you don't know on requirements and other different challenges that really make exports really cumbersome, and especially in Nigeria when sometimes information is not so much available and it's not so transparent and bureaucracies can become very cumbersome, it's really difficult. So what I wanted to explain today is the approach that we had in the Nigerian Competitiveness Project, in which we actually supported the exporters in the first place, but we also created strategic partnerships with the government and with the different supporting agencies and MDS that are there to encourage the growth of the exports, like the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Just before I move forward, a brief introduction on the Nigerian Competitiveness Project. I already mentioned that it is funded by the European Union and the German government, and the overall objective is to increase the competitiveness and trade and exports of selected value chains. We are working with tomato, chili, ginger, leather, and garment. And basically, we are giving support through three main pillars. The first one, the technical pillar, tries to improve the capacity of all the different actors playing a role in the value chain. We also try to provide access to market, we provide access to innovation, we provide access to finance, and we also have an overall approach to the business enabling environment, trying to look at all the policies and regulations that are constraining the activities of our partners so that they can concentrate in producing whatever they are producing and they don't need to be thinking of regulations, certifications, and the others. The approach that the Nigeria Competitiveness Project has used with the exporters has been very holistic. To start with, we actually started looking to how we could improve the backward integration. So for example, if we are looking to work with ginger processors or ginger exporters, we actually made sure that they had a sustainable, secured, and homogeneous source of product. So we actually went to the rural villages. We actually tried to group the smallholder farmers into clusters and cooperatives. We gave them good agricultural practices and farmer business school so that they understand what are the best approaches to get the best product according to the requirements of the off-taker and the exporter. We also provided access to insurance to mitigate all the potential risks of flooding, drought, and other potential challenges that the crops could have. We also provided access to insurance. We also provided off-taking agreements and contract farming that we think they are really important for the sustainability of these collaborations. And we definitely provided access to improve inputs that are not only resilient to climate change, but also they meet the specific requirements that the off-takers and the processors were going to need. Because it's not the same a tomato that is going to be used in the market for a salad or for a stew than the one that is required by a tomato processor to make tomato paste. The second aspect that we look is an increasing of value addition. You know, it's much more important to sell products that are not in the raw stage, but they have some added value because this will mean that they get more value for it. So what we actually look is how we could enhance the production processes, how we could redesign the workflows and the internal processes for added efficiency and reduction of costs. We improved the quality. We also boosted the standards because, again, the demands of the export markets are much higher, and we introduced innovation wherever possible. Also, we actually facilitated equipment and machines for them to be able to add this additional value to the processing. Regarding the market access, again, product innovation is very important. One thing is to just export dry split ginger, but maybe the market wants ginger tea, or they want ginger powder, or maybe they want ginger oil. So we actually also supported our partners around product innovation to develop new business lines, new product lines that they could have better acceptance in the international markets. We also work with them to improve on the branding and the marketing because it's very important. We've already talked about the packaging, the branding. These are things that really are important to sell. We also created a lot of awareness and sensitization around the needs for standards and certificates. And not only we created awareness, but we also hand-holded all these partners to be able to go through the certification process. And for this, I want to, again, thank the Nigerian Export Promotion Council because it's been one of our strategic partners to support all these companies that have been certified with our support. We also help them on the registration, whether it was with the Corporate Affairs Commissions or with any other MDA. We actually help them with the identification of new markets for their products. We also supported them to attend trade and exhibitions so that they could showcase their different products, and we also held them in the market negotiations to ensure that they were getting a good deal. In the access to finance, we did a lot of financial literacy support to the smallholder farmers because it's very important that all the different actors of the value chain understand the responsibilities of getting loans and about repayment. We also provided investment readiness support for those export companies or processors that were in need of additional higher investment. We did all kind of facilitation and matchmaking events, and we provided all kind of access to finance for input finance, asset finance, and trade finance. In regards with the policy support, we've also been looking into easy access for alternative mechanisms for dispute resolution, because we know that trading is complicated. If it's already difficult to trade between somebody in Kachia and Kaduna City, imagine if it is somebody sitting in Asia and in Kaduna. So we are actually trying to look at more efficient dispute resolution systems that will encourage trade and exports. And we also advocated for policy reforms to facilitate trade and exports. And we've also been supporting, for example, the Kaduna Dry Port to give alternatives to the congested ports in Lagos, and we've also been exploring other options. We've also tried to create awareness and improve the transparency of all the regulations when you are looking to import or to export. And in this regard, we finance the online trade portal that is being hosted by the FMITI. This is a repository that it has updated information on all the documents and regulations and processes that you need for any import and export. All the information is included by product and tariff number, and at the moment we have over 20 different family products uploaded, which means over 100 individual crops or products are uploaded because they were uploaded by families. The NICOP's achievements have proven that this strategic approach is actually being very successful. We supported over 27,000 beneficiaries in 8 states in Nigeria. We've helped support exporting over 260 million Nigerian naira of produce. This looks small compared to the huge exports of Nigeria, if you look at leather, if you look at oil, but this means a lot because we started from the grassroots. This means like hand-holding smallholder farmers that maybe they had less than 1 hectare of land and they were working on crops that in some cases like ginger, they are more export crops, but in other cases they were not so export-oriented. We've also facilitated about over 500 million naira in finance using both traditional and innovative sources of finance. We've explored commercial banks, microfinance banks, we've explored government schemes, but we've also explored impact investment, crowdfunding, franchising, diaspora investment, and other sources of finance. We've supported over 190 entrepreneurs to get the quality certifications and the registrations that are going to allow them to export. We've also empowered 25 business organizations that are actually supporting these small holder farmers, and they are going to be continuing supporting these farmers when NICOP closes. We've supported as well almost 600 entrepreneurs on different entrepreneurship training that is allowing them to have a better understanding on the export procedures. We've also supported them on the export promotion experience exchange missions. And I'm sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses, so I don't know if my time is up. Okay, so I'll just round up in 2 minutes. What I think is important is to highlight the comprehensive approach that NICOP used to support all these different value chains, because not only we created awareness, but we also handheld all the different potential exporters through all the processes. We ensured all the quality and standards were met from the onset. We provided access to finance wherever it was needed. We also provided support to identify new international markets. We handhold them on all these export procedures, and we formed strategic partnerships with NEPC and other partners as required. Still, there are more strategic partnerships required, and here we can see some key areas and some of the potential partners that could come together to address all these challenges. When we are looking around export market awareness, we definitely need to get the Nigerian Export Promotion Council in the lead, but we can definitely explore collaborations with the respective ministries, with foreign embassies, with national and international chambers of commerce. When we are looking for export readiness training, again, the NEPC, but national and international chambers of commerce, BMOs, cooperatives, associations, and the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria can be really good, important players. For standards and certification support, there needs to be a standardization of all these different requirements and one-stop shop, so one company will go to one place and get all the certifications sorted out. Market access opportunities and export and trade finance also have key partners that can actually support all this process, but we also need to look into the trade and information and compliance mechanisms to address all those challenges when they arise. Infrastructure overhaul, because the ports are really saturated. We need to reduce the turnaround time, and we need to improve connectivities. Maybe we can consider indigenous shipping lines as a potential business opportunity. We need to look at simplifying the export procedures with a single window system, digitizing the transactions wherever possible, and reducing pre-shipment inspections. And cutting tariffs is something that definitely the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agri, and other ministries can work, but we can also explore existing agreements that will help Nigerians export much better, like AGOA or the AFCFTA. the ECOWAS agreements and others. Additional points to encourage and increase exports is to develop a national export strategy leveraging on the emerging market opportunities, understanding properly the international commercial laws and regulations and what it translates into the Nigerian business, the use of already signed bilateral and multilateral agreements that Nigerians can explore, the facilitation of trade and export finance facilities, improvement of the logistics performance index, the full explorations of the AFCFTA, regular stakeholder consultations, support in issues on gender and trade, engage on national security and trade, friendly and business enabling environment, and the private sector investment in products and value chain research and development. I think we will not achieve all this if there isn't a concerted effort from all the different organizations that in one way or another are having an influence on the exports, and we need to come all together to identify all these challenges, understand what role we could play to address these challenges and work together. So on the name of the Nigerian Competitiveness Project, I again reiterate our availability to support exporters in Nigeria, and I thank you again, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, for allowing us to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Anna. Although you went slightly over your time, I think it was important for us to hear about what NICOP, the Nigerian Competitiveness Project, is doing in Nigeria, highlighting the fact that exporting is important, but there are a number of challenges that need to be addressed. And that is why we as stakeholders are here to see how to address these challenges and move forward. In particular, the project is focusing on selected value chains. I believe you mentioned tomato, chili, ginger, leather, and garments. And you're taking a holistic approach towards supporting exports. You've listed at the end, in particular, some key recommendations, and I'm sure this presentation will be made available, or is already available to all delegates, because I believe there's a lot of critical and useful information which the organizers will see how they could work towards the implementation of. So that's given us a flavor of what we see strategic partnership in operation. She talked about collaboration, aggregation to have an impact. But do we all have the same understanding of strategic partnership? I think at this stage it will be good for us to maybe reflect on that question, and I'll call Dr. Ken to perhaps present a paper on some of the concepts on strategic partnerships to guide our thinking on the same platform. So Dr. Ken, you have the floor. 10 minutes, you have your glasses, so no excuses for you. Thank you. Just to remind us once again that after these presentations, we will have an opportunity to ask some questions to the panelists, if time permits. So kindly do take note of your key questions. The whole point is to have an interactive session, not just one-way information, but for you to also acquire additional information from the panelists that have been assembled here. So please, if you do have any questions, take a note of that. We'll get to as many as we can, and those we cannot address at this forum, I'm sure the organizers will take good note of that, and they have your details, and we'll make sure we'll get back to you. I've also been informed that all the presentations are available in flash drives that you have been provided with. Once again, if you do not have access to those presentations, I'm sure the organizers will be able to get that across to you. So in order to try not to lose too much time whilst we resolve the technology challenges, let me allow Dr. Ken to perhaps start presenting from his seat on his paper, and then as the technology improves, we'll move him up to the podium. So Dr. Ken, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kola. Thank you so much. I think we need to start with the concept of strategic partnership. Why do we need partners? Why do we need to collaborate? Quite simple. Because, thank you for recognizing my height. We need partnership just because we cannot. The essence of our coming together this day and yesterday is because NEPC understands and recognizes that they cannot do it all alone. And therefore, they identified you and identified myself here, identified all of us as partners. But the point is, how strategic are we in that partnership? Coming together builds on the fact that strategic partnership could also be individuals that you identify could be helpful in locating your vision, in locating your mission, in advancing your efforts, in approaching and also heading you to success. In line with the mandate of the NEPC, when I look at the act that established NEPC, I saw 19 functions. And these 19 functions can be grouped into 6, namely export promotion, market access, information dissemination, capacity building, stakeholders engagement, incentive provisions. And these are things that we've been talking about yesterday. Remember, we talked about issues that will facilitate trade. Now, how do we identify who is our partner, who is strategic to us? One is that fellow that helps you to strike a win-win, that does not want to really take the big share, that does not want to only contemplate on what is on the table for me, a win-win. 2, that person who possesses a technical expertise. 3, that person who is ready to share costs and then contribute as well. 4, that person who is also ready to reduce your associated cost. That means he wants to contribute. 5, that person who is also important in the reward and also part of the risk sharing. And then the person must be success-oriented. It's not a competitor. It doesn't want to compete with you. And I have talked about this. Things that you consider before you adopt somebody as a son, as a strategic partner. And then who can be classified in line with the NEPC Act. Who are those who can be classified as strategic partners? And I see that those are people, groups who can expand NEPC's customer base. Those who can facilitate NEPC's brand awareness. Those who can offer NEPC opportunity to reduce expenses. Those who also offer services to NEPC in-house and then customers to, services to our customers. Those who also have the capacity to improve or add value to the services that NEPC can also offer. And those who can improve the visibility of NEPC. These are things that you will need to look at before appointing, before selecting, before choosing one as a friend, as a collaborator, as a partner. Now, where are the considerations for this partnership? When I look at the 6 templates, these 6 sectors that I grouped the 19 functions of NEPC, I saw 6 of them: export capacity development, product development, trade information, market development, and trade advisory, but then market intelligence, and trade facilitation at the final point. Now, if you look at all of this, as I go back, only 10 minutes for this presentation, please. As I go back, when I look at this, I have taken my time to group some of these organizations. But there are things that you need to understand. that, one, before you identify who is going to be your partner, your strategic partner, you must conduct what we call a mapping exercise. Do a mapping exercise of the export trade ecosystem. Who is for and who is against? In fact, who are the people who are involved in the ecosystem? Map them. 2, isolate the non-oil sector. Of all of these people in the trade sector, isolate the non-oil sector. 3, conduct a power analysis to gain adequate knowledge and understanding of the players and their operating environment. This morning, we talked about, I learned, I heard, talking about those who can collaborate with foreign missions and trade trade, houses abroad with NEPC. And I pinched myself and I asked, can we also sit down to know whether some of these people are competitors? Whether some of them also act as competitors, even if they are not? There are people who would also do not want NEPC to succeed. Sorry. There are people who would also think that NEPC is moving higher. There are people who would also think that, oh, come on, NEPC having this kind of forum. In fact, there are many government agencies who have budget to do what NEPC is doing now. To bring all of us together. To talk on what export should be. To talk on how government should, generate more revenue. But every year, that budget, that fund is diverted. So for you to do this one, you think there will be a collaborator with you? Sorry. 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 So that's the reason why you need to do that analysis, the power analysis, to know who is for and who will be against you. Who will work with you. Don't think that everybody would have to. Don't think that everybody will support you. No. Next point is that you need to identify those who are your competitors and your collaborators. Separate them. Then work. But let me sound a warning. For those who are competitors, don't throw them away. Be very careful with them. Again, they are waiting for you. And therefore, wear your thinking cap, wear your wisdom. Work with them as if you're not working with them. Identify and mark who is offering the same services with you and perhaps dragging the space with you as well. Hey, anyway, I don't have anything to lose. Yesterday we talked about CBN. How would the Central Bank of Nigeria, I'm sure they are represented here, get along, immediately come up with a policy without a policy on trade, a policy on export, a policy that has to do with revenue generation, and then without recourse to NAPC, without recourse to other strategic partners, in quote. That's wrong. And therefore, when you are dealing with them, please, although you know you are just a paracetal, be careful. Also identify overlaps and potential areas of smoothing relationships. Don't fight over the space. Be ready either to offer the carrots or let your work speak for you. Hello? Let your work speak for you. You see what you're doing here? It will continue to speak for you. You are bringing people, tapping from their wisdom. Looking at not what will come into your pocket. Because if I succeed as an exporter, I am not bringing the thing to you. I am not. I am sure you know that many people have succeeded through NEPC. How many of them come to pay homage? No, but that's the truth. That's the truth. I've exported so much, my small shoes. I have not come one day to carry 1 carton of wine to anybody in NEPC. But that's the truth. But all of us pay taxes. And the more I make money, the more I come back to pay taxes. I need to say something here. We've been talking about trade facilitation. But I also think that What we are practicing here is trade frustration, not trade practice. And it starts right from the day the budget was read, every January. You know what? Like an attack dog, the customs, I'm sorry, I pitied the man that represented the customs, my very good friend, yesterday. I was pitying him. I don't know how many of you pitied him. No, but of the truth, like an attack dog, they are given, you know, what to deliver, how much, what do they call it? Target of 3 trillion. Bam. And therefore their eyes are red. Anything is money for them. Whether it is going to facilitate trade or not. No, it must facilitate money first. And that is why there is nothing like facilitating trade here. Number two, our frustration of trade, which is not facilitation of trade here, starts also with the absence of a trade policy. And I think that NEPC, as the one who is in charge of export, whether you like it or not, we are looking up to you to also look at partners, strategic partners that can work with you in helping to redesign the trade policy of Nigeria. I don't know how we can do well in export without a compass. It's like, you know, an aircraft, a pilot flying without compass. It's bound to crash, and that's why it's crashing every day. I'll round off with some statistics, which I didn't put here. When we were discussing the AFCFTA, as a member of the committee at the African Union level, we were asked to look at some data. I called my colleagues and we said, look, let us come up with the kind of mapping of trading spaces and markets in Africa. We looked at the 55 member countries, and what I'm going to tell you will shock you. And we came out, it was even shocking to me that Nigerian traders occupy 67% of all the marketplaces in the whole of Africa, 55 countries of Africa. It was shocking to me. 67%. Now, shock you more. Sadly, for me, was that 96% of what they are trading in all the countries, be it in Cote d'Ivoire or in Kenya or in Uganda or in South Africa or whatsoever, in Ghana, 96% of what they are trading in, about 51% of them come from China, Asia. 25 from Europe. 20 from Americas. 4% from Nigeria. Nigerian traders, 4%. But they are occupying 67% of all the markets in the whole of Africa. How do you reconcile that? Only 4% of our goods are going there. That's exactly what it means. That means there is nothing like trade facilitation. That means we are only facilitating imports into this point. There are two angles to trade, for God's sake. Import and export. And if you ask me, the one that gives money is export. It is not import. That is the reason why we must redynamize our trade policy to make it export-oriented. And if what I've said here is correct, and if what you are clapping for is correct, then NEPC, you have a long way to go. You just got work to do. Now, let me give you that work. And let me give you an expo as well. That expo is, use these people there. Wherever they are located in the 55 countries of Africa. Start from Africa. Start there. Now that we have a template, AFCFTA template. Start from there. You know what you do? All these 65, call them, these, 55 member countries. Use us. We can do that for you. Pick them one by one. Collaborate with NIGERI'S, Diaspora Commission, and the Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Trade. bring us in so that they will not stamp it down. We will talk. When we talk, we will bring these people, sit down with them the way you are sitting with these people here, the way you are sitting with us here. Have a summit with them. Look, guys, you are our trade ambassadors in these countries where you are. Give them a letter of recognition. Nigerians want recognition. Once you recognize them, forget the whole other story. Once you print that certificate, say certificate of recognition from NEPC, trade ambassador, NEPC trade ambassador. Whoo! Hate, don't tear. Hate, don't tear. They will run for you. They will do the work for you. And we will now be the ones scoring the goals under the AFCFTA. Quite simple. Time is gone. And Oga is challenging me here. I got a lot of other things that I would have wanted to say practically. This is practical. And they are the ones that will be your strategic partners, not government officials. Whenever you are looking for, export promotion and, export mission, trade mission and all that, almost 60% of all the people, government officials, what are you, come on, what are they exporting? Hey, what? Change the whole gear. Bring it back. Look at these people here now. We will hold you accountable. And we will work for you. We will work with you. And we'll make sure that you succeed. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ken, the president of the national president of the Association of Nigerian Traders. Dr. Ken is always a very passionate, thought-provoking speaker, and we're very pleased to have him on this panel. Not only did he highlight the importance of stakeholder mapping for an organization such as NEPC, I think that can also apply to you as exporters and as traders. You need to know who your partners are, who you need to go to, and between the first and the second presentation, a number of common names are coming up. So I think we're all taking good note of key organizations, institutions that will be able to help us promote exports beyond Nigeria. You also went into the issue of some of the challenges and ensuring we have a coherent and a modern trade policy. And I'm sure as a parastatal of the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, which I understand are already working on that, I'm sure NEPC is part of that process. And you've also quite rightly mentioned there should be proper consultation, not only within government, but also to ensure that between government and the private sector, when there are trade missions, it's reflective of what the mission's objectives are. So thank you once again for that thought-provoking presentation, which quite smoothly brings us to what we would want to hear from Rob. We've started off, first of all, this conversation with one of our partners from the European Union Finance Project doing some activities in Nigeria. Then we looked in a more broader sense. Let's look at what does strategic partnership mean. Now, with that in mind, we'd like to now return back again to the practical elements, as rightly suggested by Dr. Ken. What are some other partners doing? So we have here the head of mission for the U.S. West African Trade and Investment Hub. And it will be useful for us to, first of all, know a little bit more about what the Trade Hub is doing, and perhaps some of the partnerships you have, not only in Nigeria, but within West Africa, as recognized by your organization. And then after that, we'll also pick up on some other elements. So, Rob, you have the floor for your apparent 10 minutes. Nobody's listening to my timing, but I must say it, 10 minutes if you can. Thank you.
Let's see. The best way is probably there. Yeah, clickers here. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I've been thoroughly introduced, so I don't need to do that. But I just wanted to say that though I've spent a lot of time in Africa, you're certainly going to hear some Americanisms in my speech today. As noted, I'm from the USAID's West Africa Trade and Investment Hub. And this event represents an opportunity to learn, have honest discussions, strategize, and develop partnerships to ensure Nigeria sustainably remains the largest economy on the continent and develops the diversity it needs, especially through exporting non-oil products. As we all understand, including given the political situations outside of Africa, but affecting the continent nonetheless, the export of non-oil products is key to Nigeria's growth and, quite frankly, as the name of this conference implies, key to Nigeria's survival. But before we get into that topic at hand, for those unfamiliar with the Trade Hub or wanting to learn more, I would like to share some information on our interests and activities, which are quite wide-ranging, and some companies and organizations attending this event may be interested in partnering with the Trade Hub in some capacity. Let's see. That would make sense. The Trade Hub is one of the largest USAID projects in Africa in terms of funding, so over 140 million. We have a staff size of about 55, and the breadth and scope of the project is very large. While we're headquartered in Nigeria, we work in 14 countries across West Africa, including your close neighbors of Niger, Benin, Togo, and Ghana. Our overall mission in the region is to increase sustainable economic development in West Africa. We do this by partnering or co-investing, as we call it, with West African and US-based private sector firms to launch or sustain high-impact projects focused in key sectors. As part of our goal to be a catalyst for change and have long-term impact in the region, our focuses include creating and sustaining jobs, boosting food security, reducing countries' dependence on imports, including ag imports, and increasing exports to the United States and elsewhere. Essentially, we accomplish our multi-layered mission by awarding leading and high-potential companies with grants ranging from $250,000 to $2 million to launch projects key to their growth. The grant awards, while given through the Trade Hub, are made possible through funding from USAID missions throughout the region, including USAID Nigeria, who's our largest funder. Funding also comes directly through the U.S. government's Feed the Future initiative and Prosper Africa, a major U.S. government initiative focused on increasing two-way trade between the U.S. and Africa. I do want to note that the grant awards are not free money. Our partners, in turn, must leverage their own capital and resources, ideally at a 5-to-1 match, to ensure their project's success. And to become a Trade Hub partner, companies must present an exceptionally compelling business case that helps meet each USAID mission's objectives in their respective countries. So far, we have awarded a collective $72 million in grants to 77 different companies doing business in West Africa. But as of today, we've awarded 80 total projects and about $74 million. That's kind of the latest update, and we have 3 awardees who will be receiving letters in the next couple days. Our partners, in turn, leveraged a collective $169 million to achieve their companies' respective goals and launch their Trade Hub projects. In less than 2 more months, we will likely have over 100 co-investment partners, have awarded all our current grant funding, which is $96 million, and be focused entirely on ensuring our partners' success. For USAID and the Trade Hub, as mentioned, this success is measured by the company's ability to truly be a catalyst for change in the region, including through using our combined resources to further grow their businesses, drive job creation and employment, improve the livelihoods of people working in their value chains, and ultimately to boost economic growth in their countries or region. And what I want to emphasize is that the center of this work is also the commitment to ensuring equal access to women and youth in all our activities and those of our partners. The partner companies operate in a wide range of sectors, including agriculture, agribusiness, aquaculture, apparel manufacturing, and even ecotourism. As we are helping to fund 2 eco-lodges in Liberia, we also partner with companies in the financial services sector, such as Lofty Inc. here in Nigeria, and one of our newest partners, She Equity, to funnel much-needed capital to smaller businesses in West Africa. As you can see, the majority of our partners operate in Nigeria. Here, our primary aim has been to increase food security and reduce the dependency on agricultural imports and provide import substitution through projects with established or high-potential agricultural companies and agribusinesses. These companies typically work with the value chains of rice, soybean, maize, corn, and cowpea. These are the Feed the Future value chains. To date, we have proudly partnered with 22 companies with operations in Nigeria. We have awarded these companies a collective $20 million, and in the process, helped the companies mobilize nearly $55 million in private capital. Our investments are leading to food security, job creation, and an increase in exports out of Nigeria. This is key because, as our name implies, we are also heavily focused on trade, and thus working with West Africa-based companies and U.S. companies to increase exports from Africa. One of the ways that this is accomplished is through assisting companies, including those based in Nigeria, to leverage the many benefits offered through the U.S. government's African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA. As part of this work, we created a short video to help entrepreneurs seeking to export better and better understand AGOA and the services we provide. The video can be found on our webpage under AGOA. I do want to note that given the Trade Hub's primary focus in Nigeria is supporting food security in the country, the majority of our export-oriented partners currently operate in other countries in the region. However, knowing that exports are a key driver of economic growth for all countries, including Nigeria, we are deeply committed to helping current and future partner companies in the country boost their operations so they can increase exports. One such company is Nature's Bounty, also known as Real Fruit, one of the largest dried fruit processing, marketing, and distribution companies in Nigeria. The Trade Hub awarded the company a grant of almost $500,000 in August 2021 to help expand expand and improve its overall processing capacity for exports of dried fruits to the U.S. Our partnership with Real Fruit is also heavily focused on stemming the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the company's operations and suppliers network of 250 smallholder farmers in Nigeria. In addition to Nature's Bounty and Wakat Rice, another Trade Hub co-investment partner with the possibility of exports, who's also represented in this room, the Trade Hub has provided guidance to several non-grantee companies in Nigeria focused on starting or increasing exports. These include Lad Group, AACE Foods, and Demani Concepts. These, like many companies, are all high-potential companies in Nigeria seeking to export to the U.S., but need significant assistance to do so. As well, they face a number of challenges. The primary challenges include fully understanding the many ins and outs of AGOA, strengthening their internal operations to become export-ready, and overcoming other barriers to export. One such barrier is unfortunately outside of many companies' current control, but it is one that is absolutely important and can be overcome in the months and years ahead. And this is Nigeria's image. As we and you likely have seen, the actions of some Nigerian companies have tarnished the ability for others to gain U.S. customers. Unfortunately, some U.S. buyers have made it business practice not to import from Nigeria because of perceived corruption. While Nigeria can be a supplier of the products in demand and likely provide competitive pricing and quality, U.S. companies prefer to source from other West African countries. This continues to put Nigeria's economic prosperity at risk, and it cannot continue to be the case. Knowing this, the Trade Hub, through working to support reputable and forward-thinking companies in Nigeria and connecting them with American companies, is doing our part to help the U.S. and every other country see Nigeria as a go-to export partner. As we know, Nigeria has rich potential in its non-oil export opportunities, including shea, butter, sesame seeds, dried fruits, and palm oil. There is no reason why more of these Nigerian products should not be lining the shelves of stores throughout the United States, as well as other countries. But this takes time and resources, and raising awareness about the challenges to exporting. And it takes planning. Just as important, it takes strategic partnerships, including the ones the Trade Hub has already established and will establish. I am confident that working together strategically and collectively, we can better position Nigeria to increase its non-oil exports, including through meeting and sharing ideas at such pivotal and timely conferences as this one. Friends, I am honored to have been invited to this important event, and I hope that both I and our Trade Hub staff can continue to be part of this important conversation. Thank you very much.
And thank you to you, Rob, for that presentation on what the USAID West African Trade Hub is doing, not only in the region, but more specifically in Nigeria. You've highlighted a number of stakeholders and companies that you're co-investing with. And we're glad to note that these are successful companies, and I'm sure companies that are here would want to emulate some of that success. But quite importantly as well, you've raised the issue of the reputational risk of the image of Nigeria and how that also will affect products from Nigeria going into other markets. So maybe in our follow-up question, we may touch upon that. But we'll hold on to that question because we still have one presentation to go. And this is for Annabelle. We've talked about products, market access, it's very important, but we've also heard about ensuring that what you want to export can meet the requirements of that market. We're talking about standards, we're talking about quality. Perhaps your presentation can shed a bit more light on these key aspects and what you, as your group, the Nesset company, does in these aspects. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. The global food certification market is estimated at over $600 billion. And unfortunately, Nigeria is almost not anywhere close to having shares in that, in this market, because there is a huge gap in conformity assessment and certification as it relates to international standards in Nigeria. My name is Annabelle Kamuche. I'm the MD of NISAT. NISAT, NISAT is a product of research. We are 3 years old, or 3.5 years old right now. We are working in partnership with ECOSAT of France. ECOSAT is a third-party conformity assessment and certification body that is accredited to certify that products have complied with international standards for export. NISAT has 2 subsidiaries. There is NISAT in partnership with ECOSAT and NISAT Expert Consulting Limited. As NISAT in partnership with ECOSAT of France, we could not carry out consultancy and training services because it will amount to conflict of interest. Now, when we came into operation in Nigeria, we realized that there was a market, but it was a sleeping market. It was a sleeping market because a lot of people did not understand what standards are. And unfortunately for us as a people in Nigeria, there is no standard for primary production in Nigeria. So it's difficult for people at the primary level, especially farmers, to understand what it means to comply with standards. So the standards will mean how do they regulate the things that happen at the primary level, the quantity of fertilizer that is applied, at the allowable quantities that it needs to be applied, which again is the reason why there are a lot of rejection of Nigerian products in the international market. We came into this space and we realized that for us to have certification business, it was important for us to first begin with sensitization and training people on the various international standards and certification as it relates to the products that they want to export and as it relates to the market. First and foremost, we started with sensitization and then we went into training. So for certification, it depends on the market that you want to export to, because certification, again, is market-driven. So it depends on the market you want to export to, the kind of product that you have, and the kind of certification that the kind of certification that the product requires, that the market is requesting for. So we carry out trainings, we carry out technical support, especially as it relates to implementation, because Nigerian businesses have problems with documentation. And traceability is the bedrock of certification, and most of the traceability system has to do with documentation. So you find people that have beautiful businesses, but it is difficult for them to be able to put documents together. So if you ask someone who is doing, for instance, plantain chips, where do you get your plantain, the raw material, the plantain in itself? The person says, oh, I go to the open market and aggregate plantain from the market. Now, what you would find is that you will find the first batch probably very sweet because the plantain they got maybe was from Edo State. And then the next one is Gwari plantain, so the taste is a little bit off. And this is what traceability helps to do. It ensures that you set up your own supply chain structure, you have everything that is required, so that at the end of the day, if somebody in Walmart, for instance, is buying your plantain, the person knows that the plantain is coming from Edo State, or is coming from Ondo State, and is coming from X farm. And if there is any problem, you can do a recall. You are able to trace where the problem is coming from. And then you have documentations to prove. So the reason why documentation, especially as it relates to traceability, is very important is, if, for instance, you say, okay, they destroyed my product, or they rejected my product because I am a Nigerian. And then the question is, how are you able to prove, number one, that your product has complied with their standard? Let's even say there is no certification. You just need to comply with just the basic country requirement. And then the next question will be, okay, bring your documents. Let's see the kind of documents that you put in terms of traceability. If they say, for instance, that there was high level of maybe pesticide, and then you don't have anything because obviously maybe you went to the market in Kano, the bush market in Kano, and aggregated all the soya beans or all the sesame that was there. So there were sesame that was good, that was there. There were others that were bad. You just modeled everything together and then cleaned it, took it to a cleaning facility, they cleaned it, and off it goes. And then they are calling you back to come and spend money to destroy the product, or they want you to return the product. And then you say, no, it amounts to barrier to trade. No, they are victimizing me because I'm a Nigerian. We have to change our attitude if we want to get this non-oil export successfully. Now, I want to speak to the conformity assessment and certification in itself. What we do in terms of conformity assessment and certification is slightly different from what NAFDAC and SON does. So NAFDAC and SON provides certificates that are called SPS certificates, sanitary and phytosanitary certificates that are based on Codex Alimentarius standards. But the certificates that we provide are international standard certificates that are both voluntary, some are voluntary, some are ethical, and then others are legal. So for instance, someone says, I have organic product and I want to sell in Europe or in America because that is the niche market. Of course, there is no regulation in Nigeria, so nobody is going to pay you 1 naira more because you produced anything as organic. Anybody can put organic and they will get away with it in Nigeria. However, when we now have an organic regulation in Nigeria, then we'll be able to, differentiate the boys from the men. Now, for people who want to send products and they want to put organic on their label, what it means is that you must first comply with the organic regulation of the country that you want to send your product to. So if you are sending to the US, you must comply with the US organic protocol. So it's called the NOP under the United States Department of Agriculture. And it is a third-party conformity assessment and certification body like ECOSAT that has gotten accreditation that can certify that you have complied with the standards. So just self-acclamation that, oh, I didn't use any fertilizer, I didn't do this, everything was manure and blah, 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 will not cut it because that is self-acclamation. However, what you need to do is to subject yourself to certification. And that certification will be your proof that you have complied with the standard. So if someone says to you, I want to certify you, the first question you should ask is, who accredited you? And then you can go to the website or the database of those accreditors and find out if really they've been accredited. Because you find a lot of Indian companies also, CBs that come into Nigeria and they give you HACCP unaccredited, ISO unaccredited. What it means is that they don't have the accreditation, but because you don't know, they would issue you a useless piece of paper, a trash. And when you get there, you realize that it's not acceptable. So the knowledge gap is really an issue, and we have to start to inform ourselves what needs to be done as it relates to standards and certification. Now we realize that Nigeria has a lot of potential for non-oil But there are a lot of issues also. We have about 34 million arable land in Nigeria. A lot. And I'm sure it's about 4 times bigger than Ghana as a whole. However, we are not doing the right thing, which is the reason why, like my colleague had said from the West African Trade Hub, that people would rather go to Ghana than come to Nigeria to buy any product. We have to change our mindset. It's a mindset thing. We have to say, look, we need to start doing things differently. What do we do with this 34 million arable land? If the land, even if we take 10% of it and decide that we will do 1 LGA per state for organic, and choose the product that state has comparative advantage, and then certify it as organic and send to the niche market, we will be, next time, maybe next year when we have our non-oil conference, it will be like when we have the oil conference, the ones that, oil and gas conference, that the whole place will be full and there will be traffic all over the place. And then we also have the growing interest of government in non-oil. But unfortunately, our government is playing lip service. You cannot probate and reprobate. You cannot pay more attention to import and say you are trying to promote export. There should be conscious effort showing that we are really ready to do what needs to be done. Logistics, cold chain. Right now, we cannot even export. We cannot export fresh fruits and vegetables. And then we are talking about post-harvest losses. Products. We have flights that come from all over the world because our people like to buy things on Amazon. We like to buy all the designer bags and they send it to us. And then the DHL aircrafts go back empty. And guess what? People from Kenya and the rest come and fill it up, and then they take it out. But us, even the ginger from Kaduna, we are not able to move from Kaduna all the way to Lagos Airport because there are no reefer container. There are no cooling vans that will be able to move it from one location to the other. You get cooling van and then they will give you a price that at the point when it gets to wherever it's going to, you will not be able to sell it. Or you will not be able to compete because remember, you are not the only one that is producing that product. You have those products coming from every other African country. So the issue now is how do we work on ensuring that there are infrastructures that would really help to facilitate trade and ensure that the things that we want exported out of this country is exported in good condition. Even the packaging material, for instance, for people who want to package fresh fruits and vegetables, we don't even have wax cartons. The cartons that we have, before you move from Kaduna to Lagos, it will disintegrate, which is the reason why people are not doing fresh ginger. They would rather do dry split ginger, but the main money is in fresh ginger. We can go on and on speaking about the issues that we have, but thank God we have NEPC that is trying their best to ensure that they take us out of this hole and do begin to put Nigeria in the export index, global export index. We also have other products like cocoa, hibiscus, and products that Nigeria has comparative advantage. Some of the products we are the highest producers, some we are the second highest, third highest, but when it comes to export, maybe number 6 or 7, or maybe we are not even in the index. Something like shea. We have the highest shea population of shea trees in the world. But when it comes to the export index for shea, it is Ghana, it is Mali, it is Burkina Faso. It's even South Africa that does not have one shea tree. And Nigeria is not anywhere. We only export north through the back door to Ghana. And then Ghana homogenizes it and then send. Even for ginger, our highest exporters of ginger is our destination country as far as Nigeria is concerned for ginger is China and India. So what China does is that they use our own as a stopgap. So while their own is still in the ground, they will buy our own, send it to Netherlands as China ginger. So if you talk to people in Europe, they'll be thinking that ginger grows in China all year round, not knowing that half of the ginger that goes to Netherlands comes from Nigeria. So we have to change our mindset. It's a mindset thing that has to change if we must grow the non-oil exports sector. There are also a lot of issues with mechanization. You want to do 500 hectares of sesame, and the question is, where is the mechanization to do it? How do you harvest at the end of the day? That is also a problem. Now, we realize, so I've spoken about the knowledge gap. I've also spoken about the issue of absence of conformity assessment and certification, which was the reason why I insisted, I asked ECOSAT, I said, see, Burkina, initially 3 years ago, Burkina Faso was the ECOSAT office covering West Africa, including Nigeria. Burkina Faso does not understand English. They only understand French. So you call them, there is love without language. You are speaking English, they are speaking French. And at one point, they will tell you, look, we are tired. And that is it. And then if they have to even send someone, they will send somebody from Burkina to Nigeria to carry out the inspection and audit. And then the cost will be so high. Remember, you are going to the same market with these other people. So if your own cost is too high, at the end of the day, the cost of production will be too high that you are not able to compete. So they graciously, after about 1 year, 6 months of saying, look, we are not going to come to Nigeria because certification is an integrity business, and Nigeria does not have integrity. And we said to them, look, there are a crop of Nigerians like you and I who take integrity very serious. I know that integrity is a very hard currency these days in Nigeria, but we still have people who are full of integrity. Luckily for us, they allowed us to set up in Nigeria, and we are here in Nigeria. We have indigenous people who are now qualified auditors and inspectors, so we don't need to go to Ghana, we don't need to go to Burkina or Mali to get any auditor to come and audit for both Global Gap, for organic, for fair trade, for HACCP, for ISO 22000. And we are able to train our people just to ensure that you understand the standards before you go in for certification. We have done a lot of things with a lot of programs, a lot of collaboration with NEPC. NEPC is very dear to my heart because when we started and people did not understand us, NEPC was the only government organization that looked at us and said, young lady, I see your passion, we will work with you. And today we've done a lot of programs with them. We are working with NEPC and NICOP. We've been able to certify a lot of MSMEs on HACCP and ISO 22000. We've also worked with NEPC on certifying organic honey. Now, let me tell you something. Europe is the highest importers of honey, natural honey. But Nigeria cannot export to Europe because Nigeria is not part of the third country listing. So for any country to be able to export honey into Europe, you must be part of the third country list. And Nigeria is not there. We've been trying to get there. However, the ingenious thing that NEPC did was, rather than continue with all this, we are setting up a committee. The committee was set up since 2013, and we are still here today. So what they did was, they took an one of the company called Kendaki Honey, and then asked us to certify Kendaki honey for organic. So the first thing ECOSAT did was to apply to the European Union to say, list Nigeria as one of the countries that first can export organic honey into Europe. And then we now started the process with Kendaki honey, and today Kendaki honey is the first honey producer in Nigeria that has been certified for organic under the NOP and the EU organic regulation. That is thanks again to NEPC. We have also worked with NEPC training MSMEs in different standards, organic standards, HACCP, ISO, and all of that. NEPC has really, really tried for us and the MSMEs as it relates to sensitization on standards and certification. Let's give a round of applause to NEPC. These are some of the pictures of the pre-audits and audits that were carried out by NISAT under the NICOP program. And then the way forward. It's good to speak about the problems. It's fantastic to discuss the problems. But my father used to tell me before he died that any place you go to and they tell you the problem, but they don't tell you the solution, is useless. So we have discussed the problems. Now let us look at the way forward. The first thing I would like to ask NEPC and plead with NEPC is to continue with the good work of having more companies under their belts that have been certified for different standards. Let us group these MSMEs and find out what kind of standard will help their products go into both the regional market and the other international markets. And then help them, just like CP does, to certify for just one of the standards. And then subsequent certification and renewal of certification, they can continue with the renewal. We also had signed in, I think over 2 years ago, an MOU with NEPC on the national, it was called the National Organic Development Program. And I plead with the new ED of NEPC to see how we can revisit that, that program and then list out some of the crops that Nigeria has comparative advantage in the international market and see how we can massively push out Nigerian products that are certified organic with certification as proof of compliance into the international market. We also would want NEPC to train people who are called factors. The question is, who are factors? Some weeks ago, I think sometime last month, the government of Nigeria said that henceforth, I think it was passed at FEC, that foreigners will not be allowed anymore to buy products from farmers at farm gate. The foreigners you see are people who are called factors. So the question is, who are these factors? They are people who have market intelligence. So what it means is that they understand the international market. They understand the standards that the market requires. They understand how to get finance. They understand the primary production in itself. And then they know how to put people in a supply chain structure. Before you throw them away, you have to build our own internal capacity to replace them. If not, what we are trying to prevent, we are going to have a glut of products at farm gate and we will not be able to do anything about it. So it is time for NEPC to take the lead, train our people, train young people. There are a lot of young people who have nothing to do with their lives. Train young people on how to become factors. Let them understand market intelligence. Let them understand contracts. Let them understand standards and certification so that they will now replace these people that we are asking to wait for us in Lagos. And then by the time the banks are able to give you money to aggregate, you will not aggregate rubbish. Because if you aggregate and get there and they say, no, we said ASTA certified ginger. What is all this? We are not going to buy. Bank will come after you. But if you understand what it's required, it will make it easy for us to be able to replace them and we will not feel the brunt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annabelle. Another passionate presentation. The importance of quality, the importance of standards, importance of good supply chain management, challenges with our cold storage system, but certainly also a way forward. How can we get more of the youth into the system, make them more productive, make them understand market intelligence, and become factors? Thank you very much for that. We have overrun on our time, and we do apologize to the organizers, but I think it was a very interesting session, and that's why we allowed the presenters to go forward. We will not at this stage be able to take comments from the floor, but however, if you do have comments, please note them down, give them to the organizers, and they'll respond. But as a way of closing, I'll give each of the panelists a question and then also use that for a closing statement. So I'll go around in the order of the presentation. I'm beginning with Anna, who presented to us the Nigerian Competitiveness Program. We've talked about strategic partnerships, and it's very good when we do this with partners such as the European Union, with GIZ. But what happens when a project closes? Because you're the driving element, so what about the issues of sustainability? So could you address that sustainability on existing projects, and also make any concluding statements. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm wearing my glasses now. I cannot use that excuse. So thank you very much for the question. I think the approach that we are using in NICOP is twofold. First of all, partner with strategic partners like NEPC, like NICERT, and whatever we do with any of the beneficiaries, whether it's a processor or a smallholder farmer, we do it all together. So all this capacity building is not only benefiting the end beneficiary, but it's also empowering the intermediary organizations that are going to be providing that support. And in this regard, with NEPC, we've actually been empowering and capacitating all the different staff in NEPC so they can continue doing this approach. And secondly, we always work with inclusive businesses that always bring the bottom of the pyramid, the smallholder farmers, to the center of their operations. They work with them as suppliers, as customers, or they really impact them. So whenever we are supporting them and empowering them, we are making sure that all these benefit will also trickle down to the smallholder farmers. And inclusive business are companies that are making profit, so their sustainability of their business is warranted. So this inclusive business approach to always include the smallholder farmers and others will be warranted. And the third option that we look at is that we try to empower business supporting organizations, cooperatives, and clusters. So after NICOP is gone, they will still be able to provide access to market, access to finance, and all kind of professional services to their members that there may be needed. So we are ensuring that sustainability is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Anna. Indeed, to ensure we transfer the capacity not only to the farmers, but also to business support organizations to continue after the project. Dr. Ken, you spoke very passionately about what NEPC can do and some of the challenges on exporting, mentioning that although we have a large majority of Nigerians in markets, we're not promoting made in Nigeria products. So I would like to know from you, as you also make your concluding statements, that it can be true that trading internationally may be challenging for Nigerians, but can you highlight maybe some of the key challenges that Nigerians are facing in trading internationally and maybe in trading with made in Nigerian products? Why is it easier to take Asian products and try and sell them as opposed to promoting made in Nigeria products? Thank you.
The first point is that our orientation is very wrong. Charity, they say, begins at home. And of course, when your domestic trade environment has a wrong footing, of course, your export is dimmed already, collapsed, comatose. And by this I mean, by the time you look at our environment here, trading from one state to another, you have multiplicity of, impediments. Well, that also challenges your export. Number two is that I want us to look at one of the rules, the functions of NEPC, which is market intelligence. I think that market intelligence, yes, should be like a unit in NEPC. However, in many countries that I know that want to really access markets, they create an economic intelligence unit, majorly sometimes with the Ministry of Trade or Foreign Affairs. There is nothing like that here. In fact, I remember it was existing one time, but it's nothing. So that's one area. Because nobody is having an intelligence, that would say this is what is happening in this area, this is what is happening in this. Then the third point is this traceability that my sister talked about. And that's why our exports are collapsing. Traceability is one thing that would help our, export system to move forward. The fourth is the issue of, documentation. Hey, there are litany of documentations and requirements and procedures in Nigeria. Let us reduce this thing. Reduce them. They are bulky. They are too many. reduce them. And then finally, I need to talk about one aspect that we have always forgotten. And this is a reward system. From time to time, I would want to see an NEPC that has started on this platform now. I will say on a yearly basis, I want to reward exporters who have done well. That will challenge others. That will challenge all of us. And then you also categorize and say, oh, for youths that are into exports, these are rewards. Reward system are motivations. It will drag them out of Yahoo, and all the other things that they're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ken. Important that local barriers will affect exports, the importance of market intelligence, traceability, simplifying procedures and documentation, and the reward system. I'm sure the rapporteurs are taking very good note of this. So on to you, Robin. USAID, obviously from the people of the United States, what advice could you give to a MSME that wants to export non-oil products to the US? So I know there's many important factors, but if you could give them some critical, important advice, what would you say to an MSME who wants to export to the US market?
Well, I think one thing you can start with is go to our webpage, because that will give you a lot of the basic information about AGOA. We also offer quite a bit of assistance to those companies who are interested in doing that. But we also have very high standards in terms of which companies we will then work with in a concerted fashion. It's not going to help us if we spread our resources too thinly and don't help those companies who have a real possibility of exporting to the U.S. So we want to concentrate as much as we can on those. Many companies want to export, but the standards, I think, as Annabella very well mentioned, are very tough. And the packaging, particularly, is absolutely key. If you can't make your product look wonderful, someone in the U.S. is not going to buy it. So there are lots of questions about that. There are ways that you can be helped, but you also have to look at, okay, do you have the resources? You know, you may want to export to the U.S., you may have a great product, but it takes a lot of money to be able to do that. One of the things that we do in the Trade Hub is we have a lot of companies who are doing exports, and by giving them grants, that is also helping them to have the necessary capital to prepare their products for export. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Robin. Indeed, as you've said, you try and target your support to make sure the limited funds do go a long way. You've mentioned the issues of standards and quality, and that brings me on to Annabelle. You've talked about your organization. So exactly how can those in this room get to take advantage of the services that NISET has to offer?
Thank you very much. They can visit our website. We have our website, www.nisat.net. And we have our training programs. We are working closely with the NEPC and the NICOP also. And basically, that is what we are doing for now. We're also doing what we call B2B, trying to help to set up supply chain structures and also help businesses assess markets so that becomes like an incentive for them to want to get certified.
Thank you very much for that, Annabelle. So this brings us to the end of this session on driving non-oil exports through strategic partnerships. I've been joined by Anna from the NICOP project, from Dr. Ken, the president of the National Association of Nigerian Traders, Robin, the chief of party of West African Trade Hub, and Annabelle, the group managing director of NISET. And I think we've had an interesting conversation. Exporting is important, but you cannot do it alone. You need to consider which partners will be able to support you, either if you're looking at NEPC as a partner itself, or you as businesses on how you should also get support from other partners. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their great presentations, and I would encourage all of you to try and make sure, perhaps through the organizers, you try and access more information from them. I have been Kola Shofola. You've been amazing. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great afternoon. Thank you.
So we'll invite the ED to join the panelists for a group photo session. Please clap for them some more time. This panel is the foreign panel, ready for export. There's actually local content on it too. Well, thank you very much. Please clap for them. Clap for them. A quick announcement before we go to the next panel. We gave out our evaluation and feedback forms. Feedback forms, please, if you fill them out, you should be able to return them to our ushers. You don't need to take them home. Those forms are for us, please. Thank you. You can give them to the ushers. There are about 2 people in this hall who have a special gift under their chairs. Just 2 people. Can you just check? Those of you at the front, you are not involved. Just check under your seat if there's any. There are 2 people in this hall. Just check under your chair. You see a special voucher. Just check under your chair, please. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Okay, can I ask us one simple thing? I just want to ask us to stand up. Is it possible for us to just stand? Can we just be on our feet to honor the ED? Can we just be on our feet? Thank you. Now, there's one more thing I want us to do. I do this quickly. I'll just count 1, 2, 3 and say go and expect us to clap once. Is it what we can do? Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I didn't say go. So can we do it one more time? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I didn't say go. Can we try it one more time? 1, 2, 3, go. You know, what that says is that for the average human being, you have to tell him something at least 3 times for him to understand. So the next panel is very, very crucial. I want to plead with us to take our seats. Please, let's put our hands together for ourselves. Can we clap for ourselves as we sit down? The next panel is a very short one, and I want to assure you that as soon as we are done with that, we'll be going for lunch. The lunch is almost cooked. We want to give you half food cooked. Half cooked food. So please, let's sit down. Thank you. Thank you very much. All our panelists, you can access them. We'll put their email and phone numbers later on the screen. But let's go back to our seats now, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to specially welcome Her Excellency, the Chairperson of the Center for Gender Values and Culture, former First Lady of Bayelsa State, the current wife, and our mother in the Ministry of Petroleum. For those of us who are into oil export, whatever oil you are exporting, we want to specially welcome Her Excellency, Mrs. Alayengi Silva. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we clap for her, please, so she knows she's the one we are clapping for? Thank you very much, ma'am. So can we sit down, please? Our speakers will put their phone numbers and their email address, and if possible, their bank accounts later, so you can transfer something for them to them for knowledge sharing. Those in the middle, can we look for somewhere to sit down, please? Thank you. Thank you. The next session, very quickly, is on harnessing the services subsector for exports, on challenges and prospects. And we have very seasoned speakers who are coming. Our lead speaker is one who has a whole lot around her. But please, I want to plead with us once again to go back to our seats, please. Thank you very much. Please, let's go to our seats. Thank you. Please, can we go and sit down? Our panel cannot be consulted with us just moving around. Please, let's sit down. I just seen my friend walk in. His name is Joe. He went to India and came back with an American accent. He worked there for 5 years, and I told him, I said, what happened in India? He said the American company outsourced the call center to India, so he had to speak with an American accent. Let's invite our panelists for this session. The Senior Vice President, Operations and Supply Chain, MVX Change Limited, Lagos, Nigeria, Ms. Oye Odutola. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Please clap for her. She came all the way from Lagos. It's not easy. We have also a filmmaker. He's also the CEO of Teen Africa TV, Lagos, Nigeria. Let's welcome Charles Novia. Can we clap for him? Is he around? Thank you very much. It's not easy to make movies these days. In those days, you will see a ghost in the Nigerian film. You want to cross the road. The ghost will look left, look right, and look left again. Doesn't want to die again. But nowadays, the movies are better, thanks to people like Charles. Please put your hands together for him. We also have, without the Secretary of the Kannywood Foundation, Kano State, Alhaji Sani Muazu. Please put your hands together for him. I think to just refer to him as Sani Muazu is an understatement. He's one of the founders of the Kannywood itself. In fact, of the movies industry in Nigeria, from theater to stage to movies. Please put your hands together for this man. Thank you very much for doing a good job. It's not possible to write a Nigerian theater story without the name of this man featuring prominently. He's both actor, scriptwriter. In fact, he does everything. Thank you very much. The next, of course, is to bring our moderator for this session. Is the president of the Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria. Let's welcome Dr. Obiora Madu. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. In the spirit of appreciation, we want to thank our lead speaker for this session. So they will be seated. Our lead speaker will take her time. And immediately after that, the panel will tell us a little about what she has said, and then the other things that they have planned for the day. Our lead speaker for this session is one who, over the years, she has participated in both local and international business missions and attended various professional courses. She earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Administration and a Master's in Business Administration from Bayero University, Kano, and she still works in Kano. She has a company where people have said women are equal in her company as men. one of Nigeria's star by the U.S. Embassy. And in 2008, she was named one of the 16 women business leaders by Fortune, U.S. Department of State Global Women's Mentoring Partnership. And she has since been recognized both locally and internationally. I'm just picking it. In 2013, she founded Outsource Global and currently leads a team of 1,000 staff in 3 locations across Nigeria. In her company, 50% of the employees are women. That's the point I was looking for. 50% of our employees are women. And that's one strong area. I'm sure Her Excellency will be very proud of this woman. But let's welcome our lead speaker who will be talking to us and sharing ideas with us in the next 20 minutes thereabout. She's the founder and chief executive officer of Outsource Global Technologies Limited from Kano, Amal Hassan. Please put your hands together as she comes up to talk to us on this matter. I must say she was one of the earliest people to walk into this hall, and she has a beautiful stand outside there. Thank you very much, ma. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I am from Kano. Yes, I was born and brought up. I schooled in Kano, got married in Kano, had my 4 kids in Kano, but I don't work in Kano anymore. But I have 3 centers in Nigeria that is serving the international market. So the name is Amal Hassan. I'm the founder and CEO of Outsource Global. Outsource is a business process outsourcing company. So let me start from the beginning. You have Nigeria, we graduate 1 million graduates every year with different skill sets, accountants, lawyers, software developers, IT professionals. How many companies do we have in Nigeria that will employ them? So I am proposing business process outsourcing. I started, like he said, I'm from Kano. I started my career with an IT training center in Kano. After 3 years of training IT professionals, we trained a lot of them. And I realized that I'm not changing their lives. They come into the center, they get trained in different IT courses, and they go back into the market without a job. And I was dealing with a lot of Indians at the time, and I looked at India, and I realized that this business provides millions of jobs to Indians. I realized at that time that a lot of American companies outsource a segment of their businesses to companies in India. At that time, I realized that British Airways, if I call British Airways, a company in India picks up my call. So I said, why not Nigeria? And I started researching on establishing a BPO. It took me 8 years to start Outsource. I started it 4 times and failed. We went live June 2016, and today we are over 1,000 employees, providing, thank you, providing different services to companies in UK, US, and the other international destinations. So I've explained what BPO is. I've explained our capability in terms of the capacity and the number of people we have that can actually serve the international market. We graduate 1 million graduates every year. And there are not enough companies to actually employ them. Why are we not outsourcing their services while they remain in Nigeria? So let's look at the global BPO market. It is worth over 245 billion as at 2021, right? It is estimated to double that size. The market is going to grow based on how, from COVID to now, there's a lot of change that has even improved. My company grew by 100% during COVID, almost 100% during COVID. So how is the African BPO market? So today, India and Philippines are leading. So if you look at where we are today, Nigeria, we have very good English-speaking people. We have better time zone than India. We have very good accent. I grew up in Kano. I schooled in Kano. I did my university in Kano. And I speak like this, you know. So we have very good advantage over India and Philippines. Over 200, we have a population of over 200 million. 60% youth. We graduate 1 million graduates. Any client, I'm trying to market our service, and I tell them that we graduate 1 million graduates every year. I always get their attention. So how do we use this, right? This is the statistics. 50% internet penetration, 1 million graduates, 105 population that is at the age of 18 years. We have everything that it takes to service the world. And every time I sit or I get invited to an export discussion, I'm always the last speaker. Why? Because we have not looked at our biggest assets. So when you look at another area that Nigeria has neglected or we need to do better is our tech industry. A lot is happening in tech industry that Nigerian government is not aware of. How many of you have heard of Outsource Global? And we have over 1,000 employees. Oh, yes, the U.S. Embassy promotes me, so they know. So GIZ, yes, I'm talking about Nigeria. Thank you, thank you. Just 3 people. So 3 out of over how many hundreds here? I can't count. So we need to wake up and look at the low-hanging fruits. We have ready-made people that can go live within a very short time, that can go live and serve any company in the US. Today, Outsource Global provides different services. Our mission is to we've already made Nigeria an outsourcing destination. The day we went live, June 2016, we have put Nigeria on the map in the outsourcing industry. Now, how do we take this advantage and make Nigeria the premier outsourcing destination? So just to give a background about the company, we have over 1,000 employees. He has already mentioned we're 50% women. We're 50% women. Yes, we are 50% women. In fact, we would have been more than 50% women, if not because US is our biggest market, and the time difference, people have to work in the middle of the night, and that really does not favor a lot of women, and that's why we're even 50% women. But today, but today we provide different services. We provide customer service, telemarketing, accounting as a service, software development as a service, legal as a service. Today we have lawyers that wake up in Nigeria and work for the US market. We have people that are working in financial operations that wake up in Nigeria and work for a company in the US. We have telemarketers, we have software developers. There is no service, there is no professional service that is offered in the international market that we do not offer today. So what we have done from the first year of our operations, we looked at what India is doing, and we said, India is doing a vendor-client relationship with their clients. And a vendor provides a service, and that's it. So we said, no, this is, yes, a very good model, but we can provide a better model, which is a partnership model. So we changed the entire model and said, we are going to go into partnership with our clients with the view or the main purpose of growing that client. So if we come in, we look at the skill set gap that you have or what you spend a lot of money on in terms of labor cost. We look for the right skill set in Nigeria that will provide the same kind of service you're getting in the US at a considerably lower price. So we started, beside customer service and telemarketing, we started with legal. We looked at legal firms in the US and we said, majority of their employees are paralegals that work under senior lawyers to solve actual US cases. And our lawyers have studied UK law, which is the Nigerian law, and the gap is very little. So we said, why don't you take senior lawyers and all your junior and mid lawyers will be with us. And we employed lawyers, and they work under senior lawyers to solve actual US cases. So, so we moved to accounting, we are now in software development, we are now doing AI as a service, we are doing medical records. I don't want to take too much of our time, so let me talk less. I have a small video to show how the company is, so that you have a very good perspective of.
My name is Amal Hassan. I'm the founder and CEO of Outsource Global. Outsource is the first international contact center stroke business process outsourcing company in Nigeria. And I said, why not Nigeria? I looked at the parameters. Nigeria, we have better English-speaking people. We have very good educated workforce. We have better timeline than India. We have the right infrastructure. And I said, we can do it. And I moved towards setting up the company. We went live June 2016. Within 1 year of operations, we achieved our 5-year plan. We have made Nigeria an outsourcing destination. Service in the US market. We have medical practitioner service in the US market. We have people that are specialized in different fields service in the US market. So if we could do it for US, we could actually do it for other countries as well. And what we gave our American client is purely American accent.
Here at Outsource Global, we have a very rigorous recruitment and training process. We aim to pull out the very best through multiple stages, making sure that we pull out everybody who has the skills and qualifications that we need here, and then training them to do what we need them to do and what our clients need them to do. In any given month, we employ dozens of people, all Nigerians. And we feel this is a definite boon to the economy and to our community.
So our headquarters are here in Abuja, Nigeria, and we have a satellite office in Kaduna and another satellite office in Lagos. We're really proud to say that we have a gender ratio of 50-50, and most of our leadership positions are occupied by women. Right from day one, all the centers are set up according to international standard, from the electricity. We have a very comfortable working environment. We have a nurse on staff at all times in case you're feeling ill. We have a canteen where you can relax and enjoy and be social with your other co-workers. We focus on our client growth, which would in turn grow our company. We achieve this growth through honesty, integrity, and hard work. We do not nickel and dime our clients for every contract change. Our prices are lower than any other outsourcing destination. I see Outsource Global providing employment for over 6,000 employees within 5 years of operations. Our vision is to make Nigeria the premier outsourcing destination. Outsource Global will be the premier outsourcing company in the world.
Thank you very much. So we are only 5 years old. We already have expanded to the US. We have our US operations. We are expanding to UK. We are also expanding to a place called Mexicali to provide Spanish language to our clients. So this is just one company. And I have said that we will employ 6,000 people within the next 5 years, by God's grace. So this is really a low-hanging fruit for Nigerian government. These people, the training that is required, I always give an example with me. I tell my clients, I am a typical Nigerian. I went to Bayero University, Kano, no offense to my university, they taught me, but they didn't teach me this, right? Nigerians can learn anything when they put their minds to. When there is a system and there is a process in place, they will conform. I heard somebody saying, yes, the issue of integrity in Nigeria, we have been operating for 5 years, and God has blessed us in such a way that we have never had any issue of fraud, and we process the credit cards of people in the US. So you have to provide the system, just like the way India provided the system, and Nigerians will learn. And you would teach, you would train, you would upscale to the standards that is required by the international market. That is what we have done from day one. We set up the centers according to international standard. We have a rigorous, like you've heard, I kept forwarding the video, rigorous selection process where we select the best of the best within Nigeria, but there are a lot of them. At every given time today, if you go to our HR database, we have, as at yesterday, we have 360 people that are ready to be employed with different skill sets. So that is the buffer we keep, not the people we employ. Once we get an order, we train them, and we outsource their service. They work under a client. So this is a low-hanging fruit for us. What can we do to promote outsourcing? One is the cost that is required to export products is very small than the cost that is required to export a service when it comes to a government promoting it. One is rebrand Nigeria. You have a lot of good in this country. We have so many tech companies getting investment. It means Nigerians are known to be very good in tech, right? We are also known to be very good in all the other professional services. I can tell you that because I have lawyers, I have accountants, I have, beside the software developers and IT support. We need to just put a system that can upskill them from our education, just a bit of a training to where they need to be. Secondly, I talked about rebranding Nigeria. Rebranding Nigeria is very, very important. One of the challenges that I've heard in the beginning, before I get one client to give me one business, it took me a long time to do that. Why? Because the brand Nigeria is seen as not good. So how do we rebrand? You've seen on TV Incredible India. We've not seen Incredible Nigeria. Anytime I see that, I always tell myself, Nigeria is incredible too. We have a lot of good. We are not showcasing it. So when you type Nigeria, the first 6 pages on the internet that will come out is all fraud, nothing good. So how do we bring out and tell our good stories? Because there are so many, right? So that when somebody like me or when people like us are selling outside, when somebody types, they see the good and the bad and they make their judgment based on that. They say this is a normal country that has good and bad at the same time. Then I talked about training, upscaling. Any company that is serious, if you employ an employee, you train them to serve you. That's the same model we use. So really, the gap is really very small. Then financing opportunities. I told you that I started the company 4 times. It's all related to finance. 4 times. What if I gave up? Nigeria would not be on the map. Because the next person may be thinking the same thing everybody is telling me. Are you the only person thinking this? How can you, from Kano, somebody told me, wake up and say you will serve a company in the US while staying in Nigeria? It can never happen. Now he's following me to invest. So we have done, you have no idea, the small decision on ease of doing business. You have no idea how that small decision impacted on my business. Do you know why? One single thing. I can get any of my clients visa on arrival within 2 weeks to come and see their team. Just that small decision. You know, so this is a low-hanging fruit. I'm going to stop talking because I know these great people have a lot to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amal. I wish we had time to continue to listen to her. The day I went to her office, I missed my appointment because as we were talking. Thank you very much. We have the most difficult task in this conference. You know why? If I ask people in the audience, if they hear export, what is it that comes to their mind? It is cocoa and cashew nuts and ginger. But here we are trying to sell what is like a mirage. But the truth is that ITC in Geneva says that by 2050, 80% of people working in the whole world will be working in services. Peter Drucker says that knowledge has knocked out all other factors of production as at today. Look, this is the gold that we are looking for. If you are in services, you don't go running to the bank to ask for money because what you are selling is in your head. So America earns the bulk of their foreign exchange from services and intellectual properties. That tells you the direction that the world is going. And if they say that by 2050, that 80% of people working worldwide will be working in services, that also tells you a story. And if services are growing faster than product in the international market, again, that tells you a story. So thank you, Amal. I'll ask you a question as we go, because I think we need more amals in this country. We need more amals because to become a service destination, recognized quality service destination, you need to have more amals so that that can happen. I'll ask her how we'll manage to do that as we go. Right here, I have a very powerful panel. I'm glad to be sitting with a TV personality. I remember when he took over Obiagu on one of the Netflix films. And then Charles Novia, one of the veterans of the industry. And then a supply chain expert who is in freight forwarding. Everybody's in services. Before I come to them, during the time of Aganga, there was a kind of research. Which three industries will give you the largest number of employment within the shortest possible time? Listen, one was outsourcing, one was entertainment, and the other one was construction. We had meetings, but as usual, after some meetings, everything died down. If we want to create jobs, we need to look towards outsourcing and services generally. So Amal has done a lot of justice to outsourcing. I will deal with the rest of the services, but I will come back to you later. So, Alhaji Muazu, the entertainment industry, you have been there for so long. Whether you like it or not, the Nigeria entertainment industry have put Nigeria on the map of the world. I was in Kenya, somebody in the market, somebody called me Oga. I stopped and looked. It wasn't a Nigerian. So he said, you are Oga now. You are from Nigeria. He said in Nigeria, nobody lives in small houses. Everybody lives in big, big houses. You know what that means. So now we know what we are capable of generating. There's a problem of distribution. There's a problem of organization, the supply chain. How can Nigeria get the best out of the entertainment industry from your own point of view? You are a producer, you are an actor, you are everything.
Well, thank you very much for that question. Truly, I've been in this industry for 3 decades. And like the presenter said, I consider this industry as one of the low-hanging fruits that this nation is blessed with, that many people have not come to terms with. Nollywood as an industry grew in leaps and bounds to a point where it is considered the second largest, producer of movies in Nigeria, next only to Bollywood, ahead of Hollywood. Why was Nollywood able to do so? It was because Nollywood, from absolutely nothing, was able to produce titles up to 1,500 annually. Nobody else does that, apart from India. And before you know it, Nollywood was the second largest in the world. There are so many factors that made, that industry. And trust me, Nollywood is just an aspect of the entertainment industry. There are other, parts of that industry. What made Nollywood to stand out is the fact that Nollywood is an industry that is language film industry. So in Nollywood, you're likely to have, out of 1,500 movies produced in a year, 33% is done in Igbo. 33% was, produced in Hausa language. And you have the others in Yoruba, Edo, and other things. So it is an industry that was galvanized by the rich diversity of culture, in this country. On the other hand, Nollywood is also utilizing the language of fame. The language of fame. So on one hand, it is using the culture of the people, the language, but the language of fame is about sight and sound. When you talk about sight, you're talking about, shots, what definition of the shots, the quality of the shots, and so on and so forth. And then sound, the quality of sound you put. This is an international language. This is a language well understood by the whole world. And America does it. The whole world is doing it. We understood, that language and utilize it to bring out our own narratives. With time, we came to a point where the world is now reckoning with the stories we tell. Governments only woke up, in 2016 or thereabout, when they realized that something huge had happened, on this soil called Nigeria. The question again. Let me redirect.
The question is now. With all this, we're somewhere right now.
Yeah.
How can we contribute meaningfully to this non-oil drive, which NEPC is currently doing?
The truth remains that Nollywood is one of the untapped resource that this nation has. There are my products. The Hausa-speaking product I produce go to several African countries. So I have fans calling me from Bangui in Central Africa, from Mali, from Ghana, from even up to Saudi Arabia, where Hausa, speakers are. But what comes to me as the producer of that content remains abysmal. It remains small. How can I leverage on my reach? How can I leverage on the intellectual property that I have been able, along with many other people, have been able to put across to that to the whole world, remains the greatest challenge in this country. So how can the government, how can, for instance, NEPC, help to ensure that the intellectual property, that is being churned out by this industry, gets that value back to the producer? There are lots of issues. The first one remains, if today, I will cite an example, in Ghana, somebody stole our intellectual property. And when we tried, to institute a court case, we realized that the bilateral relationship, Nigeria had not even signed, the bilateral relationship that will make us to go to Ghana, employ the services of a lawyer, and get that person penalized. Nigeria needs to wake up and realize that such a huge platform like entertainment industry must be encouraged through multilateral and bilateral relations so that, Nigeria will gain from it. The producer will gain from it. Secondly, apart from, trade relations, there is need for us to have proper distribution channel around the world. How would the intellectual property of Nigerians get to Venezuela and they don't, know how it got there? Not that we don't know, because definitely the channel, is there. But Nigeria, the policy environment that will make our products to travel around the world must be done in such a way that Nigeria is monetized by the government, so that government makes money, the producer makes money out of it. And the quality of what Nigerians or this nation is doing under the umbrella of Nollywood is already becoming, akin to international best practices. So here, if you're talking about low-hanging fruit, we have IT on our side. Neo-Nollywood today produce content that can, go to any cinema around the world. But why is it not going there?
Okay. Let me cut you for want of time.
Okay.
Charles, you were there when it was camcorders that were being used. Today we are seeing sophisticated cameras and the rest of them. How has government assisted you to get to where you are today? And I think you are more into production. Give us a glimpse of what happened, why we have the kind of qualities that we have today. And then, how is it portraying Nigeria, Nollywood, to the rest of the world?
All right, thank you very much. And I'd like to also thank the NEPC for inviting me here. Before I just answer your question, I usually do this. Please let us appreciate, because it is our industry, and I'm sure Alhaji Sani will agree with me, let us appreciate the crew, the creative crew behind this, the cameramen, the directors, the events management. Because if a soldier was standing here, we first of all also appreciate his people, and then the lawyers will do the same thing too. So usually we would do this. Going back to your question, and I'll give an overview of everything. I think the essence of what everybody here will want to hear too as well, dovetailing from what Alhaji Sani had said, will be how is our entertainment industry exportable? It is very exportable right now. How are we making money? How do you make money when you invest in the entertainment industry, you invest in Nollywood, if you invest in television, if you invest in music, in the creative sector? Randomly, I'll throw up some figures. In 2021, or thereabouts, 21, I think I was looking at that this morning on, online. The global film industry made about $126 billion, which was coming from Hollywood. It doesn't have anything to do with exporting goods or cocoa, and just intellectual property. The global film industry from Hollywood, $126 billion. Bollywood, the Indian film industry, in dollars, made about $2.8 billion in 2021. Bollywood. South Korea, because a lot of us, we are beginning to love South Korean content. South Korea made in Korean currency 1.6 trillion won. I think when I converted that, it came to about almost $1 billion or thereabouts from their content. So coming back to Nigeria, Nigeria in 2021, the whole creative industry, the whole creative sector, did about, I think when I was looking at the figures, it gave about $780 million to the Nigerian economy. So that tells you something, that creativity is it's an exportable content. When we started with a lot of passion. I mean, I started as a child actor, and then, I got into the formal industry. I was with, I was a kid when the Alhaji was there, but I got into the NTA, and then at that time it was called home video. It wasn't Nollywood. We didn't have the Monica we're calling it right now, but it was passion. We all thought we were just showing our creativity. We didn't understand. We didn't know then that we were going to grow an industry. So it was passion. We would go do home videos. The writers, the young people amongst us, the writers, the producers, the directors, they would do what they had to do, and we'll push it out there. We'll come out on home video, on VHS. And for us, it was fine. It was passion. Until, I think in the early 2000 or 2002 or thereabouts, we started hearing that people were coming from all over Africa. They would come to Alaba, the Monday markets in Idumota, in Lagos and Alaba, to buy films every Monday. And that sort of blew our minds, like, what's going on? What people are said, no, they say your films are spreading across Africa. They're going across African countries and all that. In 2004, half of the industry, as it were at that time, in terms of the filmmakers, the producers, the actors, RMD, everybody, big names. We all went courtesy of an organization in America called Filmmakers Association of Nigeria in America and the Filmmakers Cooperative in Nigeria. We went to America for 2 weeks just to sort of take a tour, and we were like 40 or 50 of us. When we got to America and we got to the first place was Marriott Hotel in New Jersey or somewhere, where we saw 9 Africans came out in huge numbers to welcome their stars. That opened our eyes. And there was an official from the Federal Ministry of Information, I think it was a special advisor to the minister there, he also came. That opened our eyes. By the time we got back to Nigeria, everyone's perspective changed. What Alhaji Sani said, that, whereas at the end of the day, what comes to the producer is abysmal. That is neither here nor there. I'll come to that later anyway, because that's true. But we started thinking of how we could scale. How do you scale this? How do you scale this? How do you get this? But the government, sat down, and through the years, that has been government intervention and government support has been, growing in a way, but it's still not there. But the government sat down with us and said, how do you help this? How do we do this? The most important thing I would tell everybody here is that we have come to some kind of turning point. Gone are the days where you would look at your children, your words, your gifted children that, oh, you're not a doctor, you're not a lawyer, you cannot be anything. No. People, just by the vision, by the power of their dreams, by the power of their creativity, they're making a whole lot of money. The skit makers, I know you know all these short clips you watch on your WhatsApp, these skits, Mr. Macaroni, all the other people and all that. If I tell you how much those guys make, if you quantify what they make from their art or from their creativity annually, I'm sure each of them will be making as much as 100 million or 200 million a year. Yeah. You'll be shocked. You go to their YouTube pages, because where we can do, we are monetizing our creativity. YouTube, some of the biggest earning producers right now, they're on YouTube in Nigeria. You know about most of the Mark Angel. The figures are there. You go to Mark Angel makes about 2 or 3 billion naira from YouTube, just from monetizing. So creativity has reached the convergence point with technology. Because the platforms are there. Netflix, because Nigeria is one of the biggest markets. Nigeria has about over 1 million subscribers on Netflix or something. But Netflix spends on licensing and commissioning, spends as much as $10 million on Nigerian content annually. Africa Magic, DSTV, spends over 5 billion naira on content. Commissioning content, buying content for the Nigerian market. So there are huge potentials. So we're not going to say all gloom and doom. Invest in the industry, invest in the creativity. There are huge potentials for that sector.
Thank you. Okay, right. I'd like to say a few things about services And I will explain why I'm coming to the lady last.
Right.
You know, they say you should have been ladies first.
There was a lady before.
Now, let's come to, I need to explain a few things. What are really those services that are exportable? Because people need to understand it. I export service. I sell educational services, and then I have students in East Africa, in part of West Africa, and some from part of North Africa. Now, the challenge we have in this country at the moment is that the awareness for what services are and what they are capable of doing is not there. So, one task for NEPC, how do we build the awareness? In fact, we need a gathering like this, because when you said we are coming for non-oil export, of course, it's agro. It's purely agro. But the truth is that if I ask here now, if there was time to explain how services work, the modes and the rest of them, and I ask, has anybody exported services, you will see some hands. What it means is that some people are actually exporting services without knowing. I'll give you an example. I was doing a questionnaire. I went to FAN and gave them to complete the questionnaire. FAN said, what is their business with what I'm talking about? Then I asked them a very simple question. These planes that park here, that land and park, do they pay you? They said yes. In what currency? They said dollar. Because you are actually a services exporter when the person who is paying for your product or your service is not resident. Even if it is your brother, you are a stockbroker, he sends you money from US, you buy shares for him, and then you earn your commission from that. You have actually exported service. So a lot of us here are exporting services without knowing. So that awareness will help. Oye, sitting beside me, is a supply chain person, works for a freight forwarding company. Somebody should ask, what is a freight forwarding company doing? Massive services. Supply chain is the fastest growing industry in the world today. So she's from a freight forwarding business. And then after, there is a protocol on goods. There's also protocol on services. Where does our strength lie? You can't export cocoa to Ghana. Services is where we should concentrate a lot. It will give us easier penetration. We've actually penetrated a whole lot. So I'll come to Oye and ask her, you are a supply chain person, you work for a freight forwarding company. There's opportunity for freight forwarding companies, particularly now, within the AFTA and supply chain. I'll give you an example, like Kobo 360 is a Nigerian company, logistics and supply chain company. Kobo 360 is currently in about 14 African countries. And there are a whole lot of them like that. There's so much happening in services that we do not know. Because whatever figure you see quoted for Nigeria is incomplete. Because currently in Nigeria, we don't have any way of capturing services that are exported from Nigeria. That's the truth. So, Oye, how can supply chain and freight forwarding contribute to the growth of the non-oil export figure in the GDP right now?
Thank you very much for this question, Dr. Madu. This is actually interesting because MDX, as a company, what we do is that we do freight forwarding. Again, I was quite surprised that we're the only freight forwarders represented here, even though we are trade facilitators ourselves. And we're also a technology company. The way the world is right now, what we found was that the way we do business is actually the most ideal way going forward. Because of the effects of COVID-19 and just the way the world is going in general, a lot of customers actually prefer to deal with companies that do their business online. And we knew that there was demand for this even in Nigeria. And I said, okay, well, we have, we're aware of Agora, we're aware of AFCFTA, and we know that the opportunities are not being taken advantage of. We wanted to grow our business, and so last year we went for the IATF conference in Durban just to test the waters to see what was available there. And within the first day, I was meeting with people from Rwanda, from South Africa, from different African countries, and they were saying, we need your services. As a company, we already knew that, we have partners around the world. We already knew that we were able to provide services. We were already connecting importers and exporters around the world. So sometimes we would get a Chinese manufacturer who needs to ship to Germany, and they would reach out to us through our network and ask us if we could do it. So we were already facilitating trade even outside of Nigeria, just helping companies. And it was an explosion of people just coming to us and saying, can you help me ship from Botswana to South Africa? Can you help me? And we were surprised. And we said, and I told them, I said, look, you understand that we're located in Lagos? And they said, yes, that your business is online, you can do this. All of a sudden, we had a huge market of people who needed our services. And we're sitting in Lagos, we're able to facilitate business out online, and we're able to provide services. I was speaking to you just now about how, we want your services, I want to train some of our new people, because we now need to bring in more people. We're able to sit down here in Nigeria and provide trade facilitation services, that's freight forwarding services around Africa and even outside of Africa. So now we've set up in the US, and now we see US importers and exporters who want to do business with Africa, who don't even know where to start from. And we've seen that there's an opportunity there as well. So there's a huge opportunity, just like you said, in supply chain, in services in general. Whenever we talk about, providing services, sometimes Nigeria is overlooked. It's true that we might not have the best reputation outside, but one thing the Nigerians are known for is their competence, their ability to get work done, and that supersedes anything to do with our image and trustworthiness. And so walking into those rooms, walking into meetings as a Nigerian, people said, the Nigerian is here. They know how to do things. They know how to get things done. And people were coming to us, and we've been able to get business from there. So the truth of the matter is that, unfortunately, most freight forwarders in this market, there's a skills gap, there's a learning gap. You meet a lot of people who've been doing freight forwarding for 20 years. If you start asking them basic questions, everybody will say, they have a way of walking the shipments, they have a way of... Lots of people don't even realize the proper processes for getting things done. And they sort of made circumventing processes the way to go, and they have passed that down to their customers. So sometimes we meet customers for the first time, and they say, the person that's been doing this for me for the last 10 years does it like this, does it like that. And we say, no, sorry, we can't do that. We're going to follow due process. So there is an opportunity for training in this space as well, because the only skills that are exportable are standardized world-class skills. So if you have people in Nigeria and the Nigerian freight forwarding market doing things differently from the rest of the world, there's a problem. So there's an opportunity here for any NEPC and other government regulators to say, okay, let's go back to the ports. Let's go back to these traditional freight forwarders, these traditional freight facilitators, these traditional import and export facilitators as well, who may inadvertently be complicating the system because they don't realize that there's a proper way of doing things. So I think that there is opportunity for a relationship between NEPC and other government regulators and the people at the ports, not just customs, not just people at MPA, but the people who are out there moving goods out of the country, to train them so that they can themselves also help in other countries. The great thing about freight is that there's a high level of standardization. What we do in Nigeria is not that different from what is done in the Netherlands or what is done in South Africa. There are just a few laws that are different based on the environment. So right now, again, the reality is that supply chain, many people had not heard about supply chain before COVID. Now you turn on your television, you watch the news, all we hear about is supply chain. So there are huge opportunities in supply chain right now. There are opportunities for the Nigerian freight forwarding and supply chain market to become way more standardized than it is right now. And by doing that, we will help facilitate trade, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. And there's opportunity for us to actually become the hub, because people need our services. We can actually start today.
Okay. Right. Okay. Freight forwarding and supply chain, that's what we know as clearing and forwarding, is massive. We have missed a lot of opportunities in this country. I'll give you an example. The day I had that Togo was declared a logistics hub in West Africa. I couldn't sleep well that night. Because we are geographically located for that purpose more than any other country around, with so many landlocked countries to serve. It's so sad. I mean, Chief Agu said it yesterday, our logistics performance index, 110 out of 150 something. Our positioning is bad. Because if you check the 6 pillars that they used to arrive at that, they are all services. Ease of entering into the port, logistics services, logistics infrastructure, the speed of shipping things out and bringing things into the country. Those are the basis, and we are so far from reality. So, Amal, let me come to you now. You have shown us the low-hanging fruits. I must say, I met you way back in 2012 in the World Bank project, but the issue is, you must be commended because what you have done and what it has done to Nigeria. So please, can you give her a round of applause? How are we going to multiply you, clone you, or do whatever we can? What I mean is, some more companies, they cannot become Amal overnight, but at least, where can we start? Where can we start to grow more people like this? Because if you are not identified as a service destination in the world, nobody looks in your direction. India was ready for outsourcing at the time it started. They had the people, they had everything. So if you run a software company at that time, it's either you are going to India or you are planning to close down because they will knock you out. So tell us how we're going to do this, please.
Thank you very much. Like I mentioned earlier on, right, I am just average. I'm an average Nigerian. The people we have in outsource are much more intelligent than me, and I've met more intelligent Nigerians, right? So we have the people and the capacity, and then the positioning of Africa today, especially since after COVID, we were standing when, COVID affected us. It's really bad, but we in outsource did not close our center for one day, right? So how do we harness that? The international market looked at the COVID situation and said, we have to expand to Africa. Right now, it is a race for Africa when it comes to outsourcing.
Good.
Right now, there is all the big BPOs are actually looking at expanding in Nigeria, right? So how do we take advantage of that? One, there's a case study. It's already done. We are doing it, right? How did we get to where we are? The obstacles we had from day one is financing, right? We have to invest, like I said, we have to invest in rebranding Nigeria, which is social media, CNN advert, showcasing what we have. Every person in the world is thinking of outsourcing, remote work. There's great resignation. People are resigning, right? So everybody is looking for remote work. We have ready-made, educated people. How do we finance? Even if it's an ICT park that can get people to set up. Infrastructure is a big issue, right? Internet is very expensive. For you to set up a center like ours is very high capital intensive. So how can the government set up something like that? Yeah, when we do set up, people will plug in. People will come and provide remote work. People are already looking at Africa, and they already know that when it comes to population, we are leading. They have the people. I have somebody who told me, we're thinking of expanding to Africa, but we looked at every other place, and we felt it didn't make sense. But Nigeria makes sense. You have ready-made English-speaking people, and you have the kind of population we need. You have the kind of English we need. So how do we take advantage? Well, when they're looking at Nigeria, they're thinking doing business is very difficult. Government regulations, how do we move our funds out? Which is the main reason why I set up Outsource Global Inc. in Delaware. Because when I partner with partners around the world, sending money to them is a big issue. We did an AI project some months back. We had to work with different partners in Sweden, Germany, and France. They did the work for me to send money. It was a big issue because I'm the major contractor. I was contracted, and I had to contract other people with different languages. It was really, really bad for us because, one, the brand was not good, and people expected that I wouldn't pay them. And then I had a lot of issues with trying to transfer money to them. So how do we look at that, replicating me? We already have a lot of me's that are much, much better than me. How do we provide a very good environment for somebody like me to get up and do this? The environment is the issue, not the people.
Okay, thank you, Amal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think the nation stands to gain. Stop looking for where you will get job for the people who are graduating. Outsourcing is the way to go. Outsourcing. In fact, just HR outsourcing within Nigeria. One of our members in AOPN, he has about 52,000 people. This is just local. This is just local. Not to talk about, Wipro wanted to come to Nigeria.
Yes,
they spoke to me, that was like 5 years ago. We spent 55 minutes on phone trying to convince them. They are that they are one of the biggest BPO companies in the world. But at the end of the day, they said they want to take their time. So the environment, like you said, there's no policy. There's no outsourcing policy. We've been talking to NIDA about it. In fact, someone went to National Assembly and said that outsourcing should be banned. Oh, yes. Yes, it was in the House of Reps. And then we had to write and say, what the hell? You want to ban the goal that you have? The difference was that he was not able to differentiate contracting and outsourcing. Anyway, there's no time for all that, but thank you very much. Thanks, Amal. I will come back to us. We should be rounding up. Amal, you can sit down. Thank you. What you have mentioned, low-hanging fruits and the rest of them. Where can NEPC come in? I have a retinue of requests to tell NEPC. Maybe you can mention a lot more. Maybe you can mention a lot more. The monies that are here are so big that the share we are getting is too low. What can we do?
Well, we have talked about policy environment. I think that is critical, to show up, the creativity that we are putting into the industry. We need a policy environment. We need a structure. We need an office that will, get all the facts and figures, in one place, one stop place where all the information you need, will be there. But also a coordinating point, because we have lots of agencies that have critical roles to play in the development of the service industry. The Ministry of Information, for instance, is there. The Foreign Affairs is there. NEPC can be that structure that will be the clearinghouse, for especially the custom and excise. They have a critical role to play. But which office coordinates, the activities of the service industry? that is one area where NEPC needs to come in, to help, get all the information in one place, for the growth of the industry. I think if we can have that, it will really help. But it is not just getting the office, it is also training. Some of the service providers themselves need to understand, international trade, how to maximize their impact in an environment that is fundamentally international. I think NEPC can come in, to train consultants and even practitioners to realize how to be able to maximize, the monetization of their activities. I'll stop here.
Okay, Charles.
Okay, I think, like I said earlier, creativity is exportable. Sometimes you don't really need to go anywhere; it comes to you. The export goes out. What you put out, is actually the biggest. What we've put out from the industry here is actually the biggest PRO tool for the country. Nollywood, Afrobeats, the music industry, and the fashion industry, the total creative industry, as it were, is actually an exportable phenomenon. I think I heard that NEPC over the years had something that they used to take some of our creative, our actors and all that on road shows or something when they go out of the country. I think that is very commendable. I think it should be sustained. Coming from the producer's side, I actually would think that when they're doing such things, get the people, the business people too as well, the producers as part of it, because we're the ones who do all the talking about the money. The actors are the face, it's like the brand ambassadors of the person, but when you're talking about the business, knowing the business to you, have to integrate that. But there should be more of that, because the industry itself has exported the whole potentials of the whole total Nigerian narrative. NEPC too, apart from the points Alhaji Sani did, NEPC could also sort of sponsor a segment in some of the award shows. You could have something that you say, best something, whatever it is that describes the Nigerian narrative in such exportable narratives, that in such a way that people would encourage others to put the Nigerian spirit, the Nigerian positivity out there. These are little things that you could do. You think they're small, but they actually you're throwing seeds that become big Iroko trees, in no time.
Over to you, yeah.
So the first thing I would say is that there's no denying that, especially from where I am, from freight forwarding, we see that NEPC has done a fantastic job so far. There's no denying that there are more exporters in the market now than there were 5 years ago. In fact, 10 years ago, we were hard-pressed to find an exporter, any real exporter who was doing business, especially on a small scale. But of course, there's always more to be done. Excuse me. Of course, there's always more to be done. For us, one of the key things that would help us would be some level of collaboration between NEPC and customs. There is an imbalance of trade. We all know this. A lot has been talked about how priority is given to imports over exports. We ourselves work with exporters. We want to encourage exports. As a freight forwarder, sometimes it's almost like you want to just give up and focus on imports because imports are easier, faster. Priority at the ports is given to imports. When you bring exports, it's almost as if you are annoying them at the ports. It would be great if there was more synergy and maybe more education on the customs side and just at the ports, explaining to them the importance of exports and revenue generating opportunities there, because it seems as though there's a disconnect on that end. If they understood what we as a nation and they stand to gain from ensuring that exports are facilitated a lot more seamlessly, it would be fantastic for us and the work that we're trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, I do not want to wait for them to come and start chasing us here. So we will try to round up. But I want to say a few things to NEPC. International agencies have helped this country as far as services is concerned. ITC have been, Femi Boyede, I don't know whether he is still there. We started going for services expert meetings as far back as 2005. Now, ITC did a lot of work until their funding came to an end. Commonwealth also came a few years ago to assist us. I assisted Commonwealth to design a 9-module training for those who want to export services. And we actually did pilot projects within Nigeria, of course, through NEPC. We went around, and at that point in time, Commonwealth also wound down the project in their own office. But the fact is that the modules that were generated are still around with us. In the process, we talked about awareness. I don't know how we're going to do it, but maybe it will be a discussion that will be held outside here so that a lot more people will know that they're actually in a position to export service and then export it to bring money. I want to make a request to the ED of NEPC. We need a services directorate in NEPC. I thought you should clap, you will clap for me. You see how difficult it is when it is not, you are not talking about cocoa and cashew nut. So we need a services directorate. You are talking about office. I think that is the starting point. To have a services directorate. Right now, what we have is a unit in a directorate within NEPC. But I think, given the kind of figures you've had, Amal, and all the things that have been quoted here, you know that we are shortchanging ourselves. So I want to plead with the ED, even if it will affect the original structure of NEPC, that something is done. Let's have a services directorate. And then, how do we capture services? Because we really don't know. I know how much services I've done, but Amal, I'm sure you are not feeling any from A or the other equivalent. Nothing. So if you look at the CBN report, on the side of import of services, is massive figure. Then export of services, you will find nothing there because we are really not capturing. So all the figures we are seeing are not real. A lot more are going on, and a lot more have the capacity of going on. I want to thank NEPC for the opportunity. Thank them also for including services, because services is actually neglected. When I worked on a technical committee of NEPC on incentives, they ignored services completely until I insisted that unless service have an incentive, that we will not complete. So that's the fate of services, but the fact is that we are shooting ourselves on the leg. So I think that would probably be a good place to end. Hold on. Oh, okay. We have questions. I'm so happy that we have questions because usually, Amal, this question is for you. So maybe you can step up. How has Outsource Global been able to repatriate the proceeds of the outsourced services?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, I guess that there's a mistake here. The mistake here, you are not repatriating. The fact is that you are being paid for services that you are offering. So there's no repatriation here. You work for a company in America. If you are to be paid on a monthly basis, once the month ends, you get your money. So I don't think that. Okay, let's take the second one. We have a good number of footballers playing professional football in the world. How do we capture the repatriated funds, if any? Amal, sorry, you can go and sit down. I don't think that's not Amal's problem because, again, I said services are not being captured. Apart from diaspora repatriation and the rest of them, that's where some of them fall in. But definitely, if this country wants to provide employment, if this country wants to grow internationally, we should turn to services. So I'm looking forward to NEPC implementing some of the environment. Okay, another one. I would like to first thank the MD NEPC, but I would like to know why media, who are the first exporters and fastest disseminators of information, are not recognized as exporters. I'm not sure I got this question. Media, who are the first exporters and fastest disseminators of information, are not recognized as exporters. As long as the person who is paying for the service, be it media, in fact, if you are a dentist and a tourist comes into Nigeria and he has toothache and he comes to your facility and you provide service, you have actually exported service. Somebody argued, but he paid me in Naira. Then the question was, did he come into Nigeria with Naira? Nigeria has collected the dollar. When he exchanged it to Naira, then he paid you in Naira. So if we start computing what that money, the dollar that he brought into Nigeria is worth, your service is one of the things that will go on there. So it's a bit complicated. There's a lot to talk about, but I believe that NEPC will look into this awareness creation in a situation where we gather and all we talk about is services. That will help us. I think that will be a good place. Someone said Nigeria's goods, services, and day-to-day happenings are also exported through media. Fine, that is very, very true. Is there a payment? That's the question. Is the person paying living outside Nigeria? If it is, definitely it is services. And I think, thank you very much for this robust discussion. Thank you, NEPC, for giving us the opportunity. And I think on that note, I would like to thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. At this time, this number of people are seated. When they said they were swapping us, I was scared that we shall be speaking to an empty room. But please, can you give yourself a round of applause? On that note, I thank you very much as we part. Thank you very much.
Please make that applause resounding for this panel session. Please come on so that you take your pictures. ED, please come on stage so that you take the picture. I like what you said, because services, billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, and it's been like that for a very long time. Photographers. You all have been a very fantastic audience. Let me repeat it again. For the past 2 days, just like he said, when the third session was swapped for the second session, that he thought that the hall would be empty. And so much eagerness and participation. That gives me hope. You know, that Nigeria would be better than what it is today. And that we are indeed a good people and a great nation. So let's clap for ourselves, please. But we just have a few more minutes before we go for lunch. I hope you all have the feedback form. There's a feedback form that is being circulated around. If you have the feedback form, can you wave so that we'll know? Just a few people. NEPC would love, okay. NEPC would love to get feedback from this event. Like you were told yesterday, this is the maiden conference. And I think from the feelings that I have from the MD, the ED, that this will not just end today, it will continue. So NEPC would like to get feedback from you all. Please can we still settle down because we've not ended yet? We have not ended yet, please. We still need a few more minutes. Can we please still settle down? Can we please go back to our seats? We just have a few more minutes before it ends. Yeah. We need to take the presentation of communique. Please, can the ushers take charge of this, please? We haven't ended the program yet. I would like to invite Mrs. Evelyn Ifeyinwa Obidike to take us through the presentation of the communique. We've been here for the past 2 days. Can we please take our seats? We just have less than 10-15 minutes to go. Mrs. Obidike, okay, she can use them. Okay. We just have about 10 more minutes or so to go. Then we can do all the networking.
Is the mic working? Mr. Dayat. Standing on it. Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you very much. Please, let's get seated. Those in the middle, can we sit down, please? Thank you. Look for somewhere to sit down. Our ushers, thank you for helping us to move the people. Help them, if their bags are heavy for them, help them carry the bags. Just show them to their seats. Please, those in the middle aisle or the nave, please, can we move, clear it so that we can allow people to move freely. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's once again welcome for the presentation of our communique for today. We will be participatory. Let's put our hands together for Mrs. Obidike Evelyn.
Thank you. The Executive Director and CEO, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Barrister Dr. Ezra Yakosak, members of the board here present, captains of industries, members of the diplomatic community, I wish to stand on an already established protocol to present this communique issued at the end of the 2-day National Conference on Non-Oil Exports convened at Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, 26th to 27th April 2022. At the maiden National Conference on Non-Oil Exports with the theme Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Potentials, held between 26th to 27th April 2022 at Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, the following communique was issued. 1, that the conference was timely and expedient considering the challenges and other emerging issues bedeviling the non-oil export sector and the platform provided by the conference for stakeholders to ventilate ideas and harmonize positions towards non-oil export performance. Is that okay? That's carried. Number 2, that in order to address exporters' complaints on foreign exchange trading on I and E window, it was recommended that exporters should have unfettered access to their repatriated export proceeds, while a legal framework should be put in place to penalize exporters who fail to repatriate their proceeds. Yes or no? Thank you very much. Number 3, that to address concerns regarding multiple taxes, levies, overregulation and duplication of roles by government agencies, it was resolved that there should be streamlining of roles of ministries, departments, and agencies, and constant engagement among trade-related organizations. Carried? Thank you. Number 4, that in formulating policies pertaining to non-oil export operations, it was recommended that there should be broad-based consultations of stakeholders and practitioners in the non-oil export sector. Thank you very much. Number 5, that to enhance or improve port operations, there should be increased investment in technology to reduce human interface in process and operations. Carried? Thank you. Number 6, that to improve the competitiveness of Nigerian non-oil exportable products, investments in quality infrastructure and export readiness programs should be initiated and sustained to facilitate standards. Carried? 7, that banks should adopt the use of trade finance instruments such as credit risk guarantees, while forfeiting should also be adopted as financing option as against placing much emphasis on collaterals. Carried? The ayes have it. Number 8, that to improve market access for Nigerian non-oil exports, more export trade houses should be established, opening of regional investment and trade offices be considered, while trade desks at the Nigerian embassies be utilized for economic diplomacy. Carried. Thank you. Number 9, that to deepen trade facilitation, the national single window concept should be embraced and urgently operationalized to simplify and harmonize trade processes. Carried. 10, that Nigeria should further leverage on its competitive advantage in international business process outsourcing, BPO, to take advantage of the services export sector, specifically in the emerging digital economy. Carried. Carried. Thank you. 11, that grants and incentives administered by the Council should be sustained to ensure high export performance. Carried. Yes, thank you very much. Number 12, that the Export Expansion Grant, EEG, should be reviewed, improved upon, and adequately funded, while concerted efforts should be made to clear accrued backlogs. Carried. Okay. Number 13, that concerted efforts should be made by relevant stakeholders to explore and harness the huge non-oil export potentials and opportunities in the apparel, garments, and solid mineral sectors. Carried. Thank you. Number 14, that the Nigerian Export Promotion Council should identify strategic partners to couch a trade policy that is export-oriented. Carried. Thank you. Number 15, that in view of the exponential growth and opportunities in the services sector, key stakeholders should expeditiously formalize the sector and facilitate support measures for sectorial growth and development. Carried. Thank you. 16, that Nigeria Export Promotion Council and the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat should strengthen their collaboration and continue the sensitization of small and medium enterprises exporters on the requirements to participate in African Continental Free Trade. Carried? Thank you. 17, that Nigeria Export Promotion Council's market and economic intelligence capability should be strengthened to enhance market access for Nigerian non-oil exports. Carried. Thank you. Number 18, that deliberate and sustained steps should be taken to increase its positive visibility on international media and the internet to support the Nigerian services sector. Carried? Carried? Thank you. Finally, that the Nigerian Exports Promotion Council should introduce an award system for exporters in its subsequent editions of the National Conference on Non-Oil Exports. Carried? Dated this 27th day of April 2022. Please hold on. Hold on a little. Yes. Directorate. Okay, there's a... Okay, the ED, we talk about that. We would... just hold on. You take numbers. Yes, hold on.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Mrs. Obidike, your presentation captured, I would say, 98% of what we have agreed during this conference.
Thank you.
But I think there's an issue that it's burning in our hearts, which has been omitted. It concerns the CBN ROT 200. Okay. Please, most of us in this hall are SMEs. And that scheme has completely, we are not getting anything from it. We had said that SMEs are the catalyst when it comes to non-oil exports. So they need to be recognized, encouraged. The categorization currently being used for the RT 200, it's not okay. They need to recognize semi-finished goods. We gave example of, say, dried split ginger, hibiscus flower. Those are semi-processed goods and should be recognized as such. They are not raw materials. So please include that in the communique so that that issue can be readdressed. Am I speaking our minds? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are including it since everybody said so. Yes. Any more additional? So that's 20 services directorate. There is a process.
Thank you, Ma. I want to please be permitted to make a small clarification, because yesterday there was a comment that I made that looks as if it was an attack on the EcoBank personnel that indicated that he didn't really understand mining. In referencing his eyeglasses, I was just trying to remind him that that is a product of mining, right? That was actually the aim. And equally, to inform him that his bank, EcoBank, as of more than 10 years ago, the barrel that we sold to the oil and gas was actually received through the bank. So the bank manager, then in Makodi, followed us to the site to see the value chain journey. The moderator didn't allow me to finish so that he will understand that it wasn't actually an attack. Now, mining is something that I really think that it needs to be standing on its own. Mining is very, very special to our nation development. We should not allow what is happening now, whereby the foreigners are taking the mining space, the funding of mining, and we continue to give excuses, thinking there is so much risk attached to mining, when actually there's no risk, because mining is one of the oldest business. It is. Jesus Christ was given among other things.
So what is your proposition?
My proposition is that we should be deliberate. There should be a deliberate policy to actually increase Nigerian participation in development of our solid mineral. That is something I want to, if we can capture it, and most especially funding of mining. We must be deliberate in funding mining. So I don't know how you are going to couch it to really, because mining is included in apparel. I think that it needs to be removed out of that apparel.
Yeah, because
and have a freestanding, that a deliberate policy should be made to fund mining by CBN. CBN has all manner of programs for other things but mining. And we are saying that it is about time that we maturely create a funding mechanism for solid mineral development that goes all the way from the mines. From the mines, no, this is something that NEPC can actually champion, right? And I want to, on a final note, I want to really commend the CEO of NEPC.
Okay,
this is major.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Finally, we want to close here. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Deborah Omada Pochi. Okay. This conference won't be complete if we are not speaking, if we are not talking about all those processors, those nano processors, those small processors that actually they are the trailblazers of this economy. Okay. Because I've read all the communique and I really want us to capture these particular people. When you look at the women at the exhibition centers there, where you see those small women, I would like us to look at how we can actually harness the social media and business-to-business platform. We are talking about technology, which is what we just discussed right now. I don't know. We seem to always be taking the last place, Nigeria. We are always
So what are you proposing? Because we don't have time.
I am proposing social media and business B2B platform. We have some platform that all these exhibitors are already into. It is called exportpal.com, where we are linking with all the African women in all the African countries so that we can have our product in all these countries. Okay, can we actually look into this? So that we can build it up. It's a social media platform, right? But it's a business-to-business platform where all the exhibitors, somebody is producing cream, and you need a shea butter, another woman is producing shea butter, you buy within yourself. So you are actually socializing, and at the same time, you are trading among yourself. Thank you.
Who Who has the mic?
Madam,
Please,
I hope
can we
you've
have the
taken
mic,
note
please?
of.
Just to, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I hope you've taken note of the Services Directorate in NEPC. We agreed that.
Thank you.
Abi, am I carried?
Thank you. Please give them this. After that's two, that's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Just one more thing. Please, there is a need to include that service department. And then again, it was proposed that another conference will be held on services, not product this time around. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hello. Communique number 5. When you are talking about the use of technology,
Yes.
to me, that word is too generic. Let's emphasize that there should be scanners, because that's very important, because that's what has been lacking in all our terminals, the use of scanners. Maybe there's a way you frame it to lay emphasis on the provision of scanners, because that is something that is tangible that can be, fund can be made available for to provide, and that will ease and reduce the human interface. That's on number 5. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. The last, just give him, that's the last.
Something very important. They've talked about other services issues. The question of ability to capture statistics about services. And I think NEPC has also discussed this issue previously in the past, because otherwise we won't know whether we are moving forward or marching backwards. So we must capture the figures. All the figures we are seeing are not real. Thank you.
All right. I think that is the end. We will give you our email address. You can send us an email. Yes, you can send us an email. Yes. You can send us an email, please. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. We appreciate those of you who have very many things to say about the communique, who will send them in emails, and we want to update it and share before we share with the press. But thank you. Time is really of the essence. I will want to thank the Permanent Secretary of the Niger State Ministry of Investment, Commerce and Industry, Alhaji Baba Wachiko Yahya. Please put your hands together for him. The next item, very quickly and very importantly, is the thank you message. And this time we want to welcome our Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ezra Yakusak as he delivers for us the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. If you look, just turn around and look at the hall. I can see up, but people from here, you can't see it. Everywhere is filled up. And these are some of the few seminars, very few seminars you will see at the end of the day. People will fill up like this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now you are clapping. You are not threatening to clap. Now you are clapping. Okay, I'm just here to do the vote of thanks. And let me tell you one thing about this conference. It was packaged specially. What we do is that it was designed to provide a common platform for stakeholders to hear their views. You are aware of that. If you see the way it was structured, NEPC staff did not make any presentation. NEPC staff was not one of the panelists. That was very deliberate. We brought you to, you know the problems better than we. You are the practitioners. We should actually hear from you. Like the saying goes, you can't shave a man in his absence. You can't shave a man's head in his absence. So we brought you to actually hear your views. And I'm so happy that most of you spoke truth to power. I am sure if NEPC was not doing well, you still come here and say it. That's the truth about it. After all, NEPC is not paying you salary. Is that so? But we are encouraged. With the NEPC team, we are encouraged. And I promise you, with what we hear from you, we are going to do more. That is a promise. Now, having said that, let me just do the vote of thanks here. I want to thank His Excellency, Professor Yemi Sibajo, who was here yesterday. Without him, this couldn't have been what it is or what it became. I also thank His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Badaru, who was represented by the distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hadeja. I also thank a member of the House of Rep. He's the deputy chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. That's Honorable Said Abdul Kadir. He was here in person. I thank him very much. I thank the SGF, Mr. Boss Mustafa. I thank our Minister of State, Ambassador Miriam Katagum. I also thank my chairman, the chairman of the NEP's governing board. They've been around throughout, and members of the governing board. I also thank Ambassador Dr. Abdulhamid Abdamu, who traveled all the way from Geneva to be part of us here, both yesterday and today. I thank all honorable commissioners and permanent secretaries from various states. I thank them all. I also thank our distinguished speakers, panelists, distinguished captains of industries, and all the participants. I also thank the gentlemen of the press. Sometimes we do these things and we forget them. And one of the people I want to thank most especially are the exhibitors. Can I give them a round of applause, please? While we're doing our thing, they are out there doing what they know best, i.e. exhibiting their stuff. Okay, thank you very much. I want to especially thank the IAM team. Now, if you want to ask me who are the IAM team, they are the events planner. They are the one that brought up this. You can see this technology. They deployed for the first time in our conference. This thing you are looking at is being deployed at the same. And honestly, if not for these guys, I wouldn't know that you can come here. It's a screen here. Don't worry, I'll tell you. This is a screen. You will see all the presenters or speakers, they came here without anything. This is how you control the screen and do all the multimedia here. Thank you very much. I don't know if we can get this in Nigeria. It's possible. Everything is possible in Nigeria. Thank you very much. The IAM team, thank you very much. I also thank all the photographers here. I truly thank you. You think I forgot? I've not forgotten. The NEPC staff. If you are a staff of NEPC, please can you stand up? Management and staff of NEPC, please can you stand up? You see? Please, ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor. Just give them a standing ovation. Please stand up and clap for them. Okay, you can sit down. Now, I am very sure most of you, please keep on standing, most of you have interfaced with our NEPC staff, most of you. And I am telling you, I'm not saying that because I hate the agency or why not. I've worked there for over 30 years, so I can tell you this. The staff, they don't work like civil servants. Is it true or false? They don't work like civil servants. They work like the private sector. You would never know they are civil servants. And I have weighed them on the balance as a person. And I'm telling you that if I'm given the chance, if I'm moving to any other place and I'm given the chance to pick staff, I will pick this same set of officers. And while thanking them, I want to thank them. While thanking them, I want to say north, south, east, or west, NEPC staff are the best. Thank you very much.
Media security.
Well, we also want to thank the media for doing a good job, for doing very well. We also want to thank the security people. Thank you very much. We want to thank the MCs.
Yes. We also want to thank the ushers, the well-dressed ushers. Yesterday, when I came into the hall, I was like, who are these people? I thought they came with the VP from the villa. Until I was able to, say, okay, these are the ushers. So we also want to thank the ushers. Thank you very much. Ben, any other person to thank?
Let's especially thank the protocol team. They did a good job. Please put your hands together for them. Well, there are two missing items here. I don't know if it's yours. It's one half of the eyelashes. If you just tell your neighbor to blink. If one is not there, you can come to the MC stand and collect the other one. The other thing is one strand of 1 million braids, but you can do with the remaining 999 now. Just leave this one. But thank you very much. My name is Benjamin Obiri. They call me Ben 200, half human, half amazing. It's been an honor being your MC for today.
And thank you. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here with you for 2 days. It has to be NEPC that will take me out of my show for 2 days. But it's been so nice being with you all. It's been 2 days of intensive learning for me, deep and incisive conversations. I've taken quite a lot of things here, which I think will make great content for my show in the coming days. And you all can watch my program tomorrow on Africa Independent Television, AIT, by 11 to 12. What we've done here for the past 2 days is being produced as we are talking now to be aired tomorrow, so you can see yourself on television and get to see some of the deliberations. That's our own contribution, my little contribution to what has happened here in the last 2 days. It's been an absolute honor. I am Nancy Naji, and don't forget to always join me on my show every Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. on Africa Independent Television. ED, let's do this again next year. Thank you all. Have a good evening. And bon appetit. Lunch has been served. We know our usual outlets for the food as at yesterday. So I hope you all have our meal ticket. Thank you very much.
Please, can we take the national anthem to formally close? Just stay where you are as we take the national anthem, please. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Lunch is served. If you have a flight to catch between now and 7 p.m. and your friend is calling you that you should come and visit him in Maraba, please don't go. If not, you'll miss your flight. Please, meal is for everybody. You can use 2 tickets. You don't need ticket if you don't have. Just go there. With your tag, you can eat. Please.
It is my singular honor and privilege to present this welcome address at the first ever National Conference on Non-Oil Export organized by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Ladies and gentlemen, The initiative for organizing this conference could not have come at a better time than now, considering the plethora of challenges bedeviling the non-oil export sector, which among others include the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic on export operations. The theme of this conference, Export for Survival, Optimizing Nigeria's Non-Oil Export Potentials, was carefully couched to reflect Council's approach in repositioning non-oil export for increased foreign exchange earnings. May I see this rare opportunity to welcome you all to the maiden edition of the NEPC Non-Oil Export Conference 2022. I wish you all robust and successful deliberations. Thank you very much for coming. We truly appreciate you. Thank you and welcome.
Let me first of all acknowledge the efforts of the NEPC for organizing this event, which is in line with the federal government's economic diversification drive, as Nigeria can no longer depend on oil as its major source of foreign exchange earnings. I'm confident that with the array of quality speakers that have been slated to speak today, this conference will come up with robust and profound solutions that will be proffered to the myriad of problems bedeviling the non-oil export sector. I'm optimistic that stakeholders here present will come up with appropriate recommendations on strategies to boost the contribution of non-oil exports to the nation's economy.
The timing of this conference could not be more apt, as the world is slowly but surely recovering from the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which slowed economic growth, especially production, logistics, services, among others. The federal government is deeply committed to diversifying the Nigerian economy with a view to stimulating the manufacturing sector and scaling up local production of made in Nigeria goods and services. That presupposes that truly, as a country, very soon there will be less dependence on oil exports. We will be exporting services, goods, and our skills to the world.
I'd like to thank the NEPC for the very kind invitation to this extremely important and timely conference. The theme, Export for Survival, carries an urgency that perfectly frames the challenges that we will increasingly face if we do not accelerate the diversification of the Nigerian economy. So our job as government is to assiduously enable businesses, especially with regulatory policies and procedures and processes that are continuously optimized for greater efficiency and easing the flow of business across the sectors. Again, let me commend the ministers of Industry, Trade and Investment, both the Minister and the Honourable Minister of State, for their visionary leadership of that sector. And I think that they've done so well. I think they've done so well indeed, and we expect them to do even more. Thank you very much. God bless you.
What we have to do now to get our containers inspected, we have to pay for flight ticket of the custom officer to come from Lagos. We book hotel for the person, for him to now come to our facility to inspect. Why?
So how do you expect a Nigerian exporter to survive? You know, somebody says something that it is better all of us we lock up ourselves here until we come out with something that is workable for the country. You know?
What we are asking is that where there is an action, there should be feedback. Please write in